Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. We're going to get started momentarily. All right, before we get started, who's doing roll today? Paul, you doing roll today? Okay. Not quite yet, but just before we get started, I just want to make an announcement for the public today. Just as you may recall from the nature of how the confirmation agenda is set up, public comment is in the afternoon. So although I appreciate and I am receiving cards and you will be taking in the order in which you submit cards, the public comment period takes place in the afternoon. The first half of confirmation with the council doing the presentation from the interim chief, council questions, that is in the morning. Public comment is in the afternoon. Thank you. Paul, whenever you're ready.
Councilmember Morrell.
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember King.
Here. Here.
Councilmember Green.
Here.
We have a full committee and Council Vice President Moreno is here as well.
Okay, before we get started, well, obviously we're here pursuant to section 4106 regarding confirmation of mayoral appointees that are outlined in the charter. Before we get started, I'm going to give council members an opportunity to offer an opening statement if they so choose. The way I'm going to do that so that it's fair is I'm just going to go down the list by councilmatic district. I will leapfrog my vice president because I'm the chair, but after that we'll go through by councilmatic district. So my statements are very brief. I just want to thank everyone for being here and participating in this historic first confirmation of a mayoral appointee. As you know, confirmation is new. It is a power granted by the voters to the New Orleans City Council pursuant to a charter amendment that passed last year. I want to lay out very quickly something that I've heard a lot of misinformation on. Our role in the confirmation process is to evaluate the qualifications and fitness of a person who is put before us by the mayor for the confirmation process. Our role is not to select people who are ultimately put up for confirmation. There has been a lot of misinformation put out there by a variety of people over, I don't like this person, I'd prefer that person. Well, if you're here to complain about who was picked, you can walk down the hall, take the elevator to the second floor and take a right. Because the executive selects the individual to be put up for confirmation. So that is appropriate. That is the check and balance of government. That is on the local, state, and federal level. But today, this council will be evaluating, this committee rather, will be evaluating the fitness of the individual put before us for confirmation. So that is my opening statement. Next, I will go to Vice President Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning to everyone who's in the chamber. Good morning to you, Interim Chief Kirkpatrick and CAO Montano. We, of course, look forward to your presentation and also answering our questions as well that we will have today. I'll be brief as well with my opening statement, but I just wanted to make a few things clear, just as the President did. Interim Chief Kirkpatrick was chosen by Mayor LaToya Cantrell to become the new leader of the New Orleans Police Department back on September 11th, just a couple weeks ago. And that announcement, let's just all be honest, really did come as a shock. I'll address the elephant in the room. I think that a lot of us council members, you know, we really can't go anywhere without being asked why it appears that Mayor LaToya Cantrell overlooked Michelle Woodfork to be the one sitting before us today. I think many of us would have liked the opportunity to have Chief Woodfork before us, and this is with all due deference and respect to the nominee, to Ms. Kirkpatrick, who's before us today. I just want to thank Michelle Woodfork for really the excellent job that she did as police chief. She is someone who is very well loved in the community. She worked well with council members. I can tell you that when it comes to my office in particular, she knew how critical I thought it was to bring in more civilians into the department. And she actually formed a task force with my office and civil service to onboard civilians much faster. And that task force was very effective. And most importantly, Michelle Woodfork helped bring crime down. She appeared to have been an obvious choice. I hope that Chief Kirkpatrick continues some of the great work that Michelle Woodfork started. And I know, Chief Kirkpatrick, you've already said that you would do that and that you would keep Chief Woodfork as part of your leadership team. And I think that that is certainly a very good thing. But the question as to why Michelle Woodfork was not chosen is not something that me or any council member up here can answer. Only Mayor Latoya Cantrell can answer that question. Unfortunately, I was not on the nominating committee that would have had an opportunity to affect who could have been chosen. I think it was unfortunate that the nominating committee did send a note questioning Chief Woodfork's experience, which likely decreased her chances to be chosen by the mayor. I think Chief Woodfork, as I mentioned, deserves praise for her tenure, even though it was short. So once again, everything that I'm saying here is not meant to diminish any of your credentials, Ms. Kirkpatrick. You certainly are one with great experience and substantial knowledge in the field of law enforcement. But I just had to point out what I think many in the community have been thinking and talking about. So our job today is to look at the candidate before us, and during our next council meeting, vote up or down whether to confirm her. We do not have the ability to choose the next police chief, but merely confirming who comes before us. Nevertheless, I do want to thank the mayor for her strong commitment to an objective process and for engaging with the council's new confirmation rules. For such an important issue as this, now more than ever, it certainly is time to put our divisiveness aside, to put politics aside, and to give Interim Chief Kirkpatrick a fair and thorough hearing. That is what she deserves. She is an accomplished professional and she is the mayor's choice. I've had several opportunities to meet with you, Ms. Kirkpatrick, on a variety of different issues, and I look forward to discussing those issues now in a public setting. Ultimately, the people of the city, they want to feel safe. They want to know that when they call police for help, someone is going to get there quickly to help them. For those who are victims of crime, in particular violent crime, they want to make sure that the person who hurt them is caught. And for the brave men and women of the New Orleans Police Department, some of them who are here with us today, they want to be treated fairly. They want to be supported. And they want to work in buildings that are not falling apart, and they want to make sure that their equipment is not broken. That is what we all collectively demand. The job as chief is tough. And I look forward, Ms. Kirkpatrick, to learning exactly how you plan on getting the job done. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilman Druso.
Thank you. Good morning. I've already made a number of public statements on this, so I'm not going to repeat those. My opening statement will be the questions that I have throughout this proceeding. Thank you for being here.
Councilman Barris.
Same.
Councilmember King. Councilmember Green.
Basically the same, but I just want to state early on my appreciation for the fact that Interim Chief Kirkpatrick, that you're interested in serving in the city of New Orleans. Many times the national media, our local media, even our local community bash the city of New Orleans to the point where we get reputations, or sometimes numbers suggest that we are a city that is lawless, that is out of control. I'm so tired of hearing murder capital of this. I'm so tired of hearing about the incarceration rate. There are a lot of people in the city of New Orleans who are doing fine work and appreciate the city of New Orleans. And if you looked at it from a standpoint in terms of some of the media that you see, you might have said, well, I'm not going there. They're under a consent decree. There's been terrible, egregious of violations by police in the past. You might look at those titles and say, I'm not interested in this city, but you've chosen to be interested in the city of New Orleans. You've gone through a confirmation process. You've served for decades in law enforcement. And I appreciate the fact prior to our hearings, and I need to say it, that you have chosen to apply to be a part of the city of New Orleans, a very important part. To those who are gathered here from law enforcement, I've got to say the same thing that I've said before. I'm out there and I appreciate the work. To those who are sitting in those front rows, I've been to many special operations divisions operations. I've been to many sites where I've seen members of our law enforcement community, especially our police department in service. I know that it can be a very frustrating job. I see sometimes when arrests are made and there are releases shortly thereafter for reasons that are inexplicable. But many police officers within the New Orleans Police Department have explained to me that's just part of their job, that they are professionals, that they understand that everything that they might want to see achieved may not be able to be achieved, but that they have the job to come back because their job is to participate in the protection and the granting of safety to our citizens. So to them, I say in advance, I appreciate their work. But once again, I look forward to the opportunity to ask questions. I think that the public is going to ask most of the questions that I had. You've actually addressed them. They'll be addressed. So I may not have many questions at all. I want to prepare those who are in my district for the fact that the questions that I've asked have been answered. And you've also been very generous with your time. You've come to community events. You've had a chance to meet with us, and we appreciate those opportunities. So thank you for your interest, and I look forward to these hearings. And thank you to the members of the New Orleans Police Department for the work that you do.
That concludes opening statements. As we begin the presentation, several council members have asked that they be given the opportunity to interrupt during slides because they would rather not have a host of questions at the end. I would still encourage you to use the touchscreen interaction process. Just realize if you press it, I'm going to call on you at that slide. So don't press it for comments at the end. Press it when you actually want to talk. So whenever you guys are ready. Gilbert, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the committee. Thank you for the opening comments and discussions. As you did describe, this is a historic moment. We're looking forward with great anticipation for the future success of Chief Kirkpatrick and her positive confirmation. I will be very brief in my comments and then turn it certainly over to the chief for just a little background and for edification on the timeline of where and how this process underwent. We did do a national search for the best and the brightest within the country. There was a salary increase based on the council's legislation and the administration's support. And we feel that we have chosen and selected the most qualified police chief for the city of New Orleans. Prior to the next turnover, I do want to, in conjunction with the council, thank Chief Woodfork for her work over the last 9 months. She played an imperative role for the city's success. I worked hand in hand with her through Mardi Gras and some very important moments throughout the period of that time. So we do want to publicly, as the administration, thank her for her work. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Kirkpatrick. As you all know, and as the public has known, this is one of the most credentialed, qualified, empathetic, kind police chiefs that I've ever had the pleasure of meeting and getting to know and working side by side. I've listed some of her accomplishments in her timelines, and I know and there has been discussions of the great challenge she will have over the course of her time here and tenure here, given council's support. If council does confirm this particular superintendent, she will face. She will have internal challenges. She will have external challenges. There will be facility challenges, much like every other situation we face. And change has many enemies in New Orleans, as we've all typically underwent and challenged. But one of the things I told her, and that was told to me, especially from when you're the outside coming in, is to believe intentions and trust abilities. And I hope that the council has that same sentiment where you believe her intentions and trust her abilities. The administration certainly does. And with that, I will turn it over to Chief Kirkpatrick, and I'll be here throughout the day, standing next to her for any questions that should revolve around my world.
Well, good morning, council.
Good morning.
And Mr. President, through the chair, I thank you for this opportunity to address each and every one of you. I had the great fortune of receiving that telephone call from Mayor Cantrell, offering me this opportunity to lead the New Orleans Police Department. I recognize that and do appreciate the process of what a confirmation hearing is all about. It is about the transparency, and it's your opportunity to ask me anything you want to know. I met with you each, as you know, one-on-one to begin by saying, what would you like to know? I wanted to open myself up for you to ask any questions about me personally or any questions about me and my work experience. And that invitation continues not only today, but in the future. I also want to thank Michelle Woodport. She has been gracious and receiving me and coming alongside me. I do not personally see this as any issue of a takeaway. I see it as potentially my being an add-on, an add value to, not a takeaway. I've been a police chief in many cities, more than the average person. And what it boils down to is fit. When this opportunity presented itself to me, I did look into, is this a fit for me? For what my leadership can bring to you? And now is your turn to assess if I'm a fit for you. I knew that I wanted New Orleans. And so that's what this process is about. And I thank you for that. I'm now going to address the areas that you asked me to come specifically to address. And there are 6 areas. I do want to begin with giving you a little bit of my general overview of leadership principles by which I wish to live by. The first is that I do believe in procedural justice, that people should have a voice, that decisions are made with equity, that just because you can use power doesn't mean you should use power. Those are procedural just principles that will pepper my decision-making and be a true north guide for me. I also am a person who genuinely believes that I am here to serve you. I am here to serve the men and women of this police department. So I believe in servant leadership. They do not serve me, the men and women of this police department. I serve them. And I serve each and every one of your constituents with all the uniquenesses that individuals bring. And with that, I will now turn to the specific areas. These are the categories that you asked me to come prepared with. The first will be, I will address recruitment and retention. Then I will go to deployment. Third, organizational restructuring. Fourth, consent decree compliance. Fifth will be the crime fighting plans and or strategies. The 6th and the 7th, I would have put under one category, which is both the plans for civilianization and then community engagement. I am glad to hear that you would like to interrupt, or not interrupt would be the right thing, but ask questions as we go along. I think that too is the better approach. So at any time, please feel free to stop me and I will answer your questions as you go along. When I first came here, I said there were 3 major areas that were what I would call critical. Absolutely, New Orleans has experienced critical stages. The first of those 3 areas was indeed recruitment and retention. The other was the consent, and the other was the crime fighting issues. So we will begin with the first of these critical issues, recruitment and retention. First, we've got to talk about who we want on the New Orleans Police Department. You are already very familiar with the issues of process, and I will address that soon. But I want to talk about who do you want to be a New Orleans Police Department. Right now, we begin our screening process by a civil service exam. Now, a civil service exam measures things such as reading abilities, writing abilities, that type of thing. But what we also need to be measuring and looking for are men and women with good emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, or the critical skills there, are people who are not easily angered, people who have good judgment under stress, people who are assertive without being aggressive. Those are things we need to be measuring in the profile of a future officer or professional staff member. So I wanted to begin with who we should be targeting. The next would be the issue of the processing itself. So if we have the right who, now let's talk about getting them through the process. As you know, we have a younger generation, and with that comes paradigm shifts. Most everyone who has been in law enforcement with any sense of seniority, the historical timeline was about 6 months. Opens up when I became a Memphis police officer. I thought, well, that sounded great. I put my application in, and 6 months later, I got the call. That has been the historical approach. That can no longer exist. Particularly younger generation will not hang around for a 6-month process. What we have up here on the screen are those good practices that have started to begin or begun in the New Orleans Police Department. As you can see, from 2021 to present, and I just want to talk about the total length of process, it used to average about 182 days. That puts you back into that 6-month timeline. But through new approaches, they have the recruiting team, which I give great credit to Chief Williams and Lieutenant Powell, who happen to be in the room. They have implemented new strategies, and now the entire process is averaging about 82 days. That is still just below a 90-day, a 3-month mark. They have cut this process in half from the traditional old ways.
Well, Chief Woodfork, I have Councilman Harris for a question.
Hi, Patrick.
But that's okay. That's
Thank you for your presentation. I do want to turn back to slide 6, which is a profile of candidates. I see emotional intelligence, social intelligence, critical skills here as well, but I don't see anything about cultural competency. And as you know, New Orleans is a majority Black city. We have special things that we do here. We have second lines that parade throughout the city. And we are also rapidly gentrifying cities. So for example, there was a big second line that rolled uptown, and I received calls from people who were upset because they're now living in what used to be a formerly Black neighborhood that's now gentrified. So talk about cultural competency in your profile of candidates, but also specifically your cultural competency. How are you culturally competent to lead NOPD?
I'm anticipating.
excellent question, Councilmember Harris. So first of all, cultural competency should be one of the critical skills that we want to look for in a person. Cultural competency, though, can also be learned as well by experience and training. How do people from different cultures assign meanings to different things? And so that is why understanding culture matters. Now, personally, New Orleans demographics are very similar to where I grew up, which is Memphis, Tennessee. It's where I also started policing. And so to live in a city with a majority minority demographic is something that is really quite familiar for me. Being Southern raised, having some understanding of the cultural South, although Louisiana is unique in its own culture. Being a Southerner, we never really called Louisiana South per se, we called you Louisiana because it also has its unique culture. Now, I went on to Seattle, Washington. I have lived there as a home base for 40 years. It's extremely eclectic in its demographics because of the Pacific Rim, a very large Asian community and population. And then I went down to California, went to Chicago, which is also highly diverse, then to Oakland, also very highly diverse. And even in the diversity, you have unique cultures that are going to be unique to Oakland, that are going to be unique to Seattle, that will be unique to Chicago. So my own experience is indeed very diverse in understanding cultures. One of the things is, and I have stated it publicly, what makes me culturally diverse to New Orleans. I come to New Orleans saying with all sincerity, whenever an outsider comes into a new community, it is me who embraces your culture, not me changing a culture. If you confirm me, I am not out to make New Orleans Police Department the East Precinct of Oakland. I am not out to make the New Orleans Police Department the South Precinct of Chicago. The cultures will be honored and the traditions will be honored. And I'm trying to practice that already by getting out into the community and embracing it.
Well, as we're talking specifically about recruitment and retention, what's your plan for recruiting officers who are from the community? I mean, a lot of good policing comes from people who are cousins to, uncles to, aunties to, whoever, and making sure that we're focusing on recruiting locally, because in my mind, good policing comes when you're part of the community, not coming from outside the community. So what are your thoughts about making sure that we're recruiting locally? I know you and I talked about cadet classes out of high schools. Are there other strategies that you can think of to ensure that in this time of a rapidly changing New Orleans, and we all have to admit that it's rapidly changing with, again, a culture clash that's happening, making sure that we're walking the line with respecting our cultural New Orleans traditions. How do you embrace that?
Sure. I'm going to kind of jump around on some points that I actually had peppered in my slide deck maybe later, but they're pertinent now. So let's talk about that. I do believe that you should homegrown first your officers from within the community. However, I also need a balance. A lot of these things are going to be balancing issues. The crisis of need for officers, you get, in many ways, more bang for your buck with laterals because they don't have to go through an academy. So when you have a need to be able to service calls for service 911, you need staff to answer that and be able to respond to it. So laterals are a good choice in bringing people from the outside because they meet an immediate need. And again, you don't have to send them to a 6-month academy. You could go, and if I were going to look at laterals, so I'm going to come back to the homegrown, but I want to address kind of the balanced approach. If we focus on more laterals as well, I would start with in-state Louisiana already certified police officers, because again, they've already met all the requirements for the state of Louisiana. So you would start with Louisiana before you go out of state. Now let's talk about the cultural and how you do it with whether they're out of state or homegrown. In the academy, during the academy training, I would like to pair recruits in a class, whether it's their lateral class or it's a homegrown class, with leaders of the community where they will be mentored by different leaders in the community from the different areas of the city toward the end of their recruit training. And they would spend 1 or 2 days with that community leader, learning specifically the cultures and the uniquenesses of your individual neighborhoods. So to show cultural competencies, one neighborhood in New Orleans is not the same as another neighborhood in New Orleans. So we need to also develop cultural competencies in the entire city of New Orleans. So that pairing and mentoring with the community should help raise cultural competencies, whether they are homegrown officers or they are out of state or out of New Orleans officers. Those would be some of my ideas of building that cultural competency.
Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you. First of all, Chief, just to clear up one comment that was made about our geography here. Just based on my own experience, the United States, East Texas, across the Mason-Dixie line, Louisiana, and New Orleans are 4 different galaxies. They're 4 different worlds. We live here in New Orleans, in one of the most unique cultures and most different cultures of any place in America. So though I respect the fact that you're from the South, because I love the South, right? But being from the South ain't New Orleans, excuse me, it's not New Orleans. It's a totally different place here. So I would hope that you didn't use your Southern experience to govern us or to police us, because the Southern experience is a different experience for Black boys and girls. So though I respect that, and I don't think that's what you meant, but maybe some of the people you bring in might think that's what you meant.
Yes, thank you for giving, I'd like to appreciate your clarification.
Yeah.
When I was saying that I grew up in the South, but we would say.
Yeah, 'cause that might scare some of us.
Yes, sir, we
Yeah.
would say, but Louisiana is Louisiana, Texas is Texas, it's that,
Right,
exactly that point.
right.
And I'm sorry I did not clarify myself on the
Right.
front end, but that's exactly what I was trying to say, is that I recognized, even growing up in the South, that we also clearly understood Louisiana was a unique,
Yeah.
like you said, world in and of itself. New Orleans is viewed as a world-class international city, and Texas is Texas. So I have an
Gotcha.
understanding of the distinctions of that.
I think I just want to thank you. I want to get clarity on that. You mentioned a couple of times new approaches, but you didn't say what those new approaches were, especially to retention and recruitment. So if those new approaches are working, what are they, so we can make sure that they're institutionalized?
And I'm ready to go to
Yeah,
that.
let's stop. That's the next slide after where we're at.
Okay, all right. And whatever else I have, I'll wait. Thank you. But I want to know what those new approaches
Sure.
are, because you highlighted them.
Yes, sir. So I've started with who we are looking for. Now I addressed a little bit of the process. So now let's talk about strategy, some new approaches that we might look at in addition to what we're still doing. Okay, this is all add-on, not takeaway. So here are some ideas to enhance the recruiting strategies, exactly as you said, Councilmember Thomas. Now you want to hear what are those strategies, and here we are. So a couple of them right now, New Orleans has already contracted with a consultant whom I've already met with. And your consultant is creating a new marketing campaign for recruitment. One of the things I requested in that marketing campaign was that we develop videos. The younger people as well, they go to the webpage for the job opportunity and they see the posters and they see the social media, but young people want to see videos. So I did ask that the consultant create, and there's some excellent ones around the country that kind of highlight the attraction of what a video does to get people to want to apply. That was one.
Chief,
we-
before you go forward, two quick things. One, can you disclose who the consultant is?
I don't think that there's a problem that it'd be disclosed, but frankly, I don't remember the name.
Okay, well, if we could, before the meeting's over today, we should know who that consultant is, just because what you'll find, and I think I can speak for many council members, is that's kind of a basic communication level that we haven't seen before, and we'd like to rectify that on the front end. So if we have a consultant doing work, we'd like to know who that is. Second, video. I don't want to take council member Harris's thunder, but we had a video highlighting the culture of New Orleans that ended with not Cleveland. Was it not Cleveland? Everywhere else is Cleveland. I would say that it was a horrible video. It was one of those things where it probably would win an award in some weird place for being avant-garde or the like, but I would beware of consultants, especially consultants that don't have cultural competency, putting together ads they think will be attractive and win them an award versus actually recruiting officers. So if this was before your tenure,
Sure.
if it has not been shown to you, everyone else is Cleveland, you should see it. And it pretty much
wouldn't have won an award.
well, it wouldn't award someone that wasn't New Orleans. That's my point. It was when you deal with national marketing teams, they put together slick, attractive ads that might win an award but not recruit an officer. And I think that's important that when you're putting together these ads to try and make New Orleans an attractive destination, that we do so in a way that A, has the end goal of recruiting an officer, but B, respects the culture of the city.
That leads me, thank you for referencing that, because it does set me up with how I would like to, if you confirm me, have partnership with the council. I believe we need to have partnerships with a lot of different people who look at things with different sets of eyes. In this type of situation, we come to what we think is a great video. Before it goes out, I plan to, if you confirm me, to meet with each of you on a structured approach, show you things like that and get your feedback before we just go. We need to be in a partnership on all of these things. And some people, we might look at something and go, wow, that's great. And you look at it and go, I don't think so. So that's why we need to be kind of in a partnership about it. But I just know that videos are kind of the way to go. What that video is, everybody should have some way in.
Council President, let me just say this. I think we said this early on about that video. It wasn't actually played to any police officer. It wasn't shown to any NOPD officer, except maybe command level. So again, I think while you talk about partnerships, you need to make sure you're in partnership with the rank and file to make sure that they're on board with whatever video or advertising campaign, because they're the ones who you're targeting. Their friends are who you're targeting.
And they don't want to be embarrassed.
Well, that video was done by the police foundation, so you can clear all the rank and file and officers off the top. They never would have I don't think they ever would have put a video like that together. So let's put it on who did it. The police, I think it was one of the foundations who did and authorized that video. Wasn't law enforcement.
Sure, it's the concept of the video that I wanted to bring to you, not just what it is, but people from many different eyes should look at things before we collectively, as a city, as a police department, get a consensus. Well, that's all I'm asking about. That was just one. I wanted to go to another strategy involving expanding where we go to do our recruiting. Historically, we've gone to military bases and we've gone to the universities and colleges and criminal justice programs. Those are the people who would be somewhat naturally interested in law enforcement. I think we need to expand where we recruit. So for instance, some of your best people who get into law enforcement never thought about going into law enforcement. They may be in the hospitality industries. They may be the person who is working food and beverage, but they have incredible good people skills, social skills. Why not recruit? But if we need to expand where we go versus our traditional routes. Next would be, and you already have this, We have, you have already approved an incentive, a financial incentive for our recruiters who reach somebody who applies and decides to go through the process. And if they complete that process and they are a good fit for the department, we should incentivize our recruiters for going out and getting people. Let's talk about the civil service test itself. So I have learned that civil service has made it available to have more people be able to take the test, even if they are not here in New Orleans. However, it's a $55 fee. And for a lot of people, that's a lot of money. And so to explore just the idea of some way of either waiving the fee or supplementing it. Then we talked about how do we improve people's failure rate, the attrition rate? So they come in and take the test, but then they fail. Can we improve on that? Yes, we can, as a police department, through recruiting or whatever avenue we choose, give people who are interested the opportunity to be mentored on how to pass the physical agility test, they can get study guides on how to pass the civil service test. So let's help people succeed rather than they show up, they fail, we move on. When people really, it's a matter that they couldn't do the sit-ups or they couldn't do the run or whatever, which is mandated by the state of Louisiana, why not help them prepare for a test? Then we talked about, and Councilmember Harris, you and I, as in our one-on-one, and maybe with some of the others of you, creating a pipeline. We need to create a pipeline of kids from either an explorer post and they start at the age of 14 and they become explorers with the police department to a simple cadet program. Memphis is a wonderful model for the police service tech program. They put people from 18 into this program. They really do a lot of the same work that your private company that does the OSS minor traffic collisions, but it gets them in a pipeline. What we want, if we want more people from the community, we've got to create a pipeline where they come on board as a cadet program. Then if we're going to look at laterals, I've already addressed. You want to start with in-house, in-state laterals before you go out of state. And yes, you don't want people, and I won't tolerate a person who comes from the outside and they want to do it. Why don't we do it this way? We didn't do it this way in Spokane. Guess what? Nobody cares. If you've come to New Orleans, I expect you to want to be here because you want to be New Orleans. So that's one of the problems with laterals. They want to come and then they go, well, we didn't do it this way. You came here. That means you embrace how we do things. And so that's how I would address that. Now, I believe I have another slide on retention strategies. So with retention, y'all have already implemented, and it's a good thing where you give a financial incentive for people to stay. And so
One second, Chief. Councilman King, do you have a question on this thing or on this slide or the previous slide?
Recruiting.
Okay, so, no, 1 sec, Chief, he's got a question on recruiting.
Good morning, Chief Kirkpatrick.
Good morning.
What is your specific plan in recruiting more Black officers to the city, to the NOPD?
We do need to go into the community and have recruiting fairs and job fairs in the community. We must be intentional. So it does require us to be more intentional about where we go. That goes back to the point about expanding. Where do we go to recruit? Instead of just having a job fair at the local, well, I shouldn't say local, the seminary has been very gracious to offer and host us. And I went the other day, and I don't mean in any negative about that, please don't misunderstand me, but why not go into the community to do a job fair, like in a community center or wherever it might be. We
So-
need to be very intentional of showing up where the people are that you want.
Where do you plan on going in those communities?
I'm gonna have to rely on the captains to tell me where are the community centers or where would be the best place to host, let's say, a job fair in a particular community. I would assume there are community centers in most of the neighborhoods.
Well, there are 3 HBCUs in the city. Xavier, Dillard, Suno, 5 in the state. So I think that'd be a good start. You speak about being intentional. I would go directly to those universities and colleges. You get people with education experience that you're looking for. So outside of the community centers, which may be a good option, I would definitely look for the
Yes,
HBCUs
sir.
and get close with the presidents and they're recruiting people. Right now, who are the people leading the recruitment efforts for NOPD?
Lieutenant Powell, do you mind? Are you here? Okay, this is Lieutenant Powell. She is our boots on the ground leader on our recruiting team. So Lieutenant Powell, did you stand up? Yeah, that's Lieutenant Powell right there. And she is under the chain of Chief Williams. And I think Chief Williams chose to attend as well. Chief?
I saw Chief Williams. So one last thing before my last comment about recruiting, specifically Black officers. One thing that I don't believe happened in the past was taking advantage of the activities we have in the city. So for instance, we have Bayou Classic coming up. That is a great opportunity to get college students who are coming from all over to the game and for the week, for the festivities, to get them involved and get them to teach them about NOPD. So before they leave, they may be interested in joining.
Councilmember Green, you make a point that I wish to underscore.
Councilmember King.
King,
Oh, I'm sorry,
no problem.
Councilmember King, I apologize. If we are in partnership, why not? I mean, if I would hear your spots and hear your suggestions. So it needs to be a partnership about how we go forward. So the HBCs are excellent places to go and recruit. That's what I meant by simply that statement there, expand where we go. We need to be more intentional. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember King. Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Okay.
you're on the next slide, I believe.
All right. With respect to the retention, not only do we want people in, but we don't want people leaving at the same attrition rate that has been going on here in New Orleans. So we've talked about money, and that is a positive that you are offering retention pay. But I also know that people and how they work and how much they work is also a very big deal. In the New Orleans Police Department, in the patrol division, your officers work a 12-hour shift in patrol. A lot of people love 12 hours. A lot of people don't. So sometimes the older you get, 12-hour shifts. I used to love working 12-hour shifts, and I worked 12-hour shifts for many years. I was a patrol sergeant. I loved 12-hour shifts. As you get older, it's harder. And so if we could look at ways where maybe part of the retention is that they'd have more flexibility, if we could create a structure where there would be a little more choice for people who don't want to do 12-hour shifts, but we have to cover the 24-hour block, obviously. But that would be one way. The one I like the most is job sharing. So for every one vacancy, there are a lot of people who maybe have left or retired that would like to come back. They just don't want to work full time. So if you had 2 officers who shared one position, you would be feeling maybe there would be men and women who'd go, you know something, I'd love to keep working. I just don't want to do it at a 40-hour work week.
Before you get to
Job share.
your next point, I do want to make a comment about the 8 versus 12-hour shifts and 12-hour shifts in general. I can tell you, speaking to officers, the fact that we've been on this 12-hour shift across the department for a year has been absolutely brutal. And I'll be very candid, speaking to many officers, there is a complete disregard in the command structure when you're giving 12-hour shifts to parents and you put them on night watch. And I'll tell you, there are plenty of officers, the internal politics in OPD, that is when they truly come to play. When you have officers who you know they have kids and you put them on the night shift. And that is the kind of stuff where, as a chief, you know, the outsider who doesn't, you know, we said from Army, you don't know anybody's grandma, anybody's aunts, you don't deal with the internal politics of the department. I think that there needs to be a justification to commander saying, well, if we've got a guy here and we know he's got 3 kids, why do you have him on night watch? Did he request it? Or did you put him there because you don't like him? Because I will tell you, there are plenty of officers who the 12-hour shift in itself is brutal, but when they're put on these 12-hour shifts, they're put on night watch and they're put there so that eventually the stress and trauma of not being able to see their kids, not being able to see their family, they go, you know what? I'm going to St. Tammany, because they don't play these kind of petty politics, especially when you've got a department that has a depleted base of officers.
12-hour shifts, like I said, some people love them, but I'll tell you the other challenge with them, put court on top of that. So you got an officer who came in last night and they worked from 5 to 5 in the morning or 7 to 7 in the morning. Now they got court. So now you're talking about an officer wellness issue, right? And so all of these things can be complicated, and yet others, like me, I loved it. It fit my lifestyle, but it doesn't fit the person who has family. It doesn't fit this person. It's not a one size fits all. If we can look at how do we cover the 24-hour clock, but meet the demands. Most places around the country love the 10-hour shift because it's not, if they get a 3-day weekend every week because it rotates and they have an opportunity to have time on the weekend. Problem with that is you need more officers to cover the 24-hour clock. It's a mathematical rubric. All I'm just saying is that we should explore these options and alternatives that would retain officers. And I
Go,
can
keep
continue.
going. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Would you like for me to continue?
I think council member Moreno has a question.
I have a question on the 12-hour, but then I'm gonna come back in just a second on some of your other strategies. On the 12-hour shift too, I think it would be prudent for you to look at whether there was an increase in sick days after there was a shift in the department to put everybody on 12-hour. Because once again, you talked about how it's really about making sure that we have enough coverage. But if you put everybody on 12-hour and due to what you just talked about, overall, you know, lack of wellness, more people are calling in sick, well, then it was kind of all for naught. So that, I think that would be something that would be, you know, like I said, important for you to look at. Just a quick comment there.
Yes, ma'am. I'm a believer in data because data informs us. And so that is something to look at, because if you're grinding your people out, you're going to lose them anyway. Right. I shall continue. Not only do I think that is a recruiting aspect, but a retention aspect. I am a huge believer in daycare. If we as a government, as a city, as a police department could offer daycare 24 hours around the clock for our people, that would be something to explore. Next would be removing or giving an incentive for education. No, excuse me, I meant to say, yeah, education reimbursement. So I looked into this here in New Orleans. Our wonderful University College community already provides very nice discounts for law enforcement. But what I'm talking about here is either a full educational incentive package that the city pays for people who want to come to the department and who want to stay. To pay for their education is a huge incentive for a lot of people. Then the housing issue. that also goes with keeping your own invested in a community. Can they afford to live here? And that's what you'll particularly see on the West Coast because of the housing market being outrageous. It's the officers and professional staff cannot afford to live in the cities where they are policing, and you don't want that. You want people to be in their cities and paying taxes and shopping and knowing the community, and if possible, where there are needs for housing support. And then lastly, you mentioned it as well, Vice President Moreno, in terms of facilities. Officers are going to show up, or they're going to think about joining the New Orleans Police Department, and facilities matter. So equipment matters to officers. Cars, which you've already addressed, matters to officers. That's their office, that car. So things like that do matter.
Council President,
Council member, Judicial had his button pressed.
sorry.
Give him next, and then obviously you can go after him.
Thank you. Good morning. I appreciate some of these outside the box things here, Chief, but you also talked about how to keep people here, particularly newer people. Councilmember Morel has spoken at length that the best thing we can do for department is to keep people in instead of pushing them out. The Times-Picayune reported nearly a year and a half ago that people were leaving for reasons other than pay. Specifically, they said overly punitive discipline and restrictive policies were nearly twice as likely to be cited as a reason for officer departure than was pay. And this was by a survey conducted by an outside consultant. The cops went further in their exit interviews, speaking of crippling internal politics, rundown gear, a lack of support from police brass, disciplinary headhunting, and for many officers, little sign of NOPD ready to address its problems. So can we talk about some of that? Because I think what you're talking about here are morale boosters that are extraordinarily important. But if the internal isn't being addressed, I mean, I know that's somewhat on the next slide, but since we have concrete data from exit interviews from cops who have said these things, I would kind of like to know about that.
And just from my own consumption, when was that article written?
That was July 24th, 2022.
Right. So you are right on and correct. I have been going around the country for years teaching these issues. Exit interviews will tell you what is driving people out. When 9 out of 10 people address the same issue, that's where you need to go and fix. Those are the holes in your ship that are going to sink it. So you can give money and all of those things, but if they're leaving because of poor leadership, if they're leaving because of the internal politics, if they're leaving because the whole place is dysfunctional, no bonus is going to keep them necessarily. It's not worth it to them. So that is where real leadership comes into play, because leadership is not just about, let me get you a training class, let me get you new equipment. If people don't feel that they are respected, if they do not feel that the problems are being addressed, they are not going to stay. They have choice and they will leave. But typically, and this is a statement I've used around the country in my classes with people who are trying to be executives, people quit people before they quit organizations. And a lot of times you have people who are in an organization and they're still there, but they quit you a long time ago. And that is one of the biggest issues, is making sure you have leadership in place, not just people with rank. Rank is not leadership.
Well,
And so the people want to be dealt with properly. They want to be valued.
I 100% agree with that as a value proposition, but I guess my real question is the how now. How do you deal? I mean, to me, just taking, for example, if you have something, discipline has to be predictable. It has to be consistent. You talked earlier about also with recruiting, how important it is to change the timelines.
Right.
We've heard consistently that years ago, predating Chief Woodfork, that discipline would take 6, 9 months, 12 months, and things would stick in people's jackets. I mean, your point is very well taken. At a general level, I'm trying to drill down onto some of the specifics about the chief.
Thank you specifically as an example. You mentioned discipline.
Yeah.
Right? So speeding up the timeline of turning a discipline matter over and treat small as small, big as big, and don't confuse the two. What do I mean by that? When I, as a chief, receive a discipline packet that is 9 months old from the event itself, and I'm speaking in principle, I'm not addressing NOPD specifically, but I receive a packet 9 months old or 2 years old, and is 88 pages long. All this investigation, who's been interviewed for whatever, but the underlying worst discipline you'd get for violating this policy is a letter of reprimand. That is unacceptable. So that's what I mean by treat small as small. Most people, when they violate a policy, I'm one of these people, I'll come in and say, hey, I did it. I'm sorry. Give me a summary charge and 2 pages. I'll sign it. There's no need to do a big investigation, and give me my spanking today. Most people want, and that you want true corrective discipline, don't give me a letter 6 months after I committed the discipline. What's the impact of that? So you want it to be swift and certain, and we can do things to change that approach. That's just an example.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I mean, we've heard complaints about PIB, the Public Integrity Bureau, and the sort of old boys club, old girls club that can take place there, where small infractions are treated as big infractions, where people aren't treated consistently, where discipline is not meted out appropriately, or again, consistently. So again, what experience do you have sort of reforming and ensuring that there's institutional change at the supervisory level? And as a follow-up, how do you do that without clearing out your supervisors? Because you have great supervisors,
Oh.
but we need to make sure that people are being consistent in how they're handling matters.
One of the leadership traits that people are looking at as to whether or not you're worthy to follow is, are you consistent and predictable? And they're going to measure that primarily on how you discipline. That's where they're going to assess, are you a fair-minded person? Are you consistent and predictable? You do have matrices that for if an offense occurs, first offense, you get this amount of discipline, second offense, you get this. However, the ranges of discipline are so extraordinary, from a verbal reprimand to a 45-day or a 1-day suspension up to a 45-day suspension. That's unwieldy. So I would revisit your discipline matrix, but the matrix does keep you with a sense of fairness and predictability. I would revisit your matrix, but how do you get people from even getting in trouble to begin with? And that is where leadership matters. And if I can help reset the mindset of men and women who are in leadership, who will actually never turn a blind eye to misconduct. I'm as loyal to you as the day is long. I am not loyal to your misconduct. And so we need leaders to do that, to go, hey, that stops. And to nip it in the bud very early on. And if we can get a mindset of cultural change of thinking, then you will have less serious discipline because you nipped it in the bud earlier. Giving them the courage and the backing, they need to be supported. So when a rank and file sergeant, lieutenant captain tries to do the correction, but then they're overturned, they won't do the correction again because they don't have the support of the leadership. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I want to turn back to PIB. We actually, as a council, set out an ordinance to reform PIB, specifically the term that people could serve. That was passed over a year ago, and it contained the exact language from the consent decree. But the rulemaking has not happened, but it's just been sitting there for a year. How will you ensure that the ordinance that we passed and the reforms that we as a city council have tried to enact for PIB actually are enacted at an administrative level, not as a legislative level, but administrative level.
Yes, all I can tell you is that if this council has given a direction and I also answer to the mayor as well. And I believe we can be together on these issues, then I will implement whatever you have enacted and whatever the guidance of the mayor is as well.
Okay, I look forward to that. I do have some questions on quality of life that I'll go through quickly. Council Vice President and I have been beating the drum for daycare for first responders forever. How are you actually going to implement that? Do you envision voucher system or establishment of a first responder daycare that's run by an outside daycare agency?
I apologize. I'm actually going to ask Mr. Moreno to help me. I didn't catch
Sure,
everything. I think you know.
I'm talking really quickly for daycare.
Oh, I'm saying, okay. So actually being able to have daycare is going to be a decision of the council in terms of budgeting and making facilities available. That will be a first step with working with my electeds, the mayor and so forth. If you budget it, if you provide the staffing, then it could be implemented. But the first step is in many ways us presenting an idea to you in writing. Here's the plan. And then whether or not you budget for that.
Okay, on housing support, we have a lot of blighted properties, as we all know up here. Do you envision taking some of those blighted properties and refurbishing them for housing support? Or again, is it a matter of providing additional economic incentive? Or is it both?
I would tend to think both.
Okay,
I mean, that's a reaction, not a reflective thought, but that's my reaction to that.
yeah, I mean, I think you said it well. It's important that our officers live in the communities in which they serve, that we see NOPD vehicles, that children interact with police in a positive way as neighbors, not necessarily as in a punitive manner. So I do think it's important that our officers live in our neighborhoods.
Yes.
On improvement of physical facilities, I mean, the 6th District Police Station in our hottest year had no AC for 6 months, despite our intervention, despite Superintendent Woodfork's intervention. Have you toured the physical facilities of the NOPD stations?
I have been to almost all of them. I have not been inside of the 4th. I've driven by it, but I know it's going to be in a brand new building soon. So, but my new place where I'm living is right by the 6th District. I see, the front window is broken out. I have been in a lot of your district stations, and they're a challenge, and the headquarters is an extreme challenge.
Yeah, well, welcome to my neighborhood. I appreciate that. But back to facilities, how do you, as the superintendent, elevate and make sure that our NOPD officers are working in facilities that are air conditioned and have basic needs without the administrative headache that we've had to jump through hoops in order to get an AC unit repaired at the 6th?
I will tell you that I don't know enough of the inner workings of that, because in my history, I would go to the city administrator. I would bring that to the city administrator, present the issue, and the mayor. And then, so those are my direct reports. And then from my history, it would be that the city administrator, the mayor, comes to you about all of those types of funding mechanisms to make it happen. So if we do the business of government differently, I'm going to have to learn how we in New Orleans do the business of government. That's my historical approach.
It takes a lot of nagging.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. I think all of the kind of quality of life enhancements are certainly important. I sent you a survey, which the city council actually did in partnership with the Fraternal Order of Police. And it showed that, yes, these things are certainly important. Improving the physical facility is higher than the others. But once again, I go back to Councilmember Jerusso's point about how there's a critical morale issue within the department. And one of the reasons for that is that there doesn't appear to be a clear path to promotion. It's about who you know and not what you know. So more specifically, how would you change that?
Sure. Well, first of all, going with an outsider clears up the who I know issue. You know, I'm not in a position to promote anybody based on their being my buddy, because I don't know really anyone. So that is in many ways why a lot of times people will also choose an outsider, is to remove the biases in that type of way, the favoritism, nepotism thing. But let's talk about how the process should be. We've already discussed it a little bit internally. We're not at the point that we're ready to actually go forward. But I think the promotional process should be not only the civil service test, which they're required to take, can't get around that. And they get a ranking from that. But then the next stage is an interview, and I believe they should be outside people, not internal people who rank them. And I have already presented that to the FOP, the PANO, the Black Officers Association, to many of the deputy chiefs and chiefs in the room, and it's been very favorably received. So you use an outside team to do the assessment of the things we have to assess for purposes of the consent, but they are good things, whether we had a consent or not. We should be assessing that. We need to use outside, who then will give in a rank. It kind of removes all of the favoritism stuff.
And so along with that, would you also implement kind of clear guidelines of things that must be achieved before you can move up?
Yes, because I am a believer that just passing a test doesn't make you the right leader. You might be a good test taker. So leaders are men and women who people believe in, find credible, or have vision, who care about their people, who can make a decision. Those are the traits that people want. And that's not always measured in a civil service test.
Yeah.
So you need to have a clear understanding of what real leadership is. And I want real leaders in rank, not someone who passed a test. That's not my idea of leadership.
Back to the discipline piece, because that was also mentioned in the survey that the city council sent out. You know, the fact that officers see that some officers are treated more strongly than others when it comes to discipline was certainly an issue that impacted the morale, but also you know, how high profile cases were treated. And there have been some controversies around some high profile investigations of officers. How would you handle high profile cases involving officers?
This is in principle and not any specific issue. I will tell you what I've done in the past. High profile cases, no matter what they were given out of house for the investigation. They were not completed in-house. So I would want to advance it as policy. For here, it just removes all issues.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Before Mr. gets you, I was actually next.
No, go ahead.
Generally speaking, and I know my colleagues have spoken about it, and I think it's something that we cannot reiterate enough, because when you look at separation, and this council has spent a tremendous amount of time with tremendous frustration with previous chiefs dealing with separations, over and over again, it is morale and it is the petty politics of this department. And I see several of your commanders in the back. I've known many of them for multiple years, and if you talk to them candidly, they will explain it to you. I'll give you a great example. Just one example of how petty this department can be. First-hand account talking to a sergeant. A sergeant was approached by PIB to review a complaint. And they said, we have a complaint we want you to review. We want you to review some videotape and confirm this complaint of an officer under your employ. And the tape was of an officer who had left the scene of an assault and had concerns and was turned around and go back. He had been called. He said, you have to go back. You have to go do it. It was long hours. The officer in their car by themselves issued a curse word. PIB self-generated a complaint and told the sergeant, we want you to write him up. The sergeant said, I will not do that. An officer who is expressing frustration in his car by himself should not be subject to these 1984 tactics that are utilized by the department and some of the pettier people in PIB. I will tell you, what has been very frustrating is when Chief Harrison left, by all accounts, even talking to our monitors, we were on the cusp of leaving the consent decree. And what we saw happen under two chiefs is that there became this almost obsessive desire that if we generate enough complaints, we'll prove to the federal government that we should get out the consent decree. PIB generated hundreds of complaints, and what you saw was we regressed in the consent decree and all the officers left. I know officers to date who resigned from the department with hours, days, years left to serve because they got a self-generated complaint. Now, self-generated to the public, just like I explained to you, that's not a complaint where there was an interaction between the officer and the public. That is, your tie was crooked. We have someone complaining your tie was crooked. You were frustrated doing a traffic stop point, and you turn an officer and said, "Man, this is some BS." These are the complaints that officers were having generated by PIB, and it obliterated the morale of the department because the reality is the consent decree does not say we are 1984, where we should use technology to surveil officers 24 hours a day when nothing has actually happened, simply because it's like the 1980s and 90s, and you're familiar because you've been an officer for a long time, when there was always that complete frustration with officers with having to meet ticket quotas, where you be a traffic cop, you have to go out there and write 50 tickets to be done with that watch. That was basically what PIB was doing to officers, especially mid-level supervisors. If you're not generating enough complaints, you're not doing your job. When we went through all those surveys, Chief Kirkpatrick, and every time you saw horrific morale because of how officers were treated, not their pay, our frustration as a council was whenever we would have someone come up and say, "We need to increase officer pay," and we would point to officers who left the department for a pay cut out of frustration, it was completely tone deaf. The last thing I want to tell you, because I've talked to some officers, and it's another thing. There are policies in this department that exist simply to micromanage the life of officers. I'll give you an example. As an officer, your options are to be an officer, take your pay, work a detail, or work overtime. When you talk about officer well-being, why can't police officers outside of their 8-12-hour shift work a different job? Why? The New Orleans Fire Department, if you want to go work in your family's restaurant or do something else, you are allowed to do so. Now, I understand, generally speaking, what the policy issue might be there and why it might need an approval. But what I will tell you is that in practice, what it is it's supervisors who want to make officers' lives miserable by micromanaging their lives. If an officer is working their designated shift, if they want to work outside employment and the department's aware of it outside of the department, why is that anyone's business other than some supervisors wanting to restrict or change what officers can work in at what time? Because some officers, they don't want to work overtime because they're done when they put their 12 or 8 hours in or whatever time that is, they're kind of mentally done with being a police officer. The fire department has recognized that, and if someone wants to go work a barbecue joint, someone wants to go work a snowball stand on their off time, they can. NOPD, you can't. And I don't think that's a legitimate policy issue. I think it goes back to that overall 1984 effect of, no, we just want to micromanage your life when you're on the clock as well as when you're off it. So I do think when you're looking at those different areas to revisit, giving officers supreme flexibility keeps officers. Micromanaging every aspect of their lives, especially when you have such obvious, evident examples of supervisors and people in the highest levels of rank making officers' lives miserable because they don't like them. When you have these restrictive policies, you make them God kings. Where if they don't like a cop, they can literally say, "I'm not going to approve your overtime, I'm not going to approve your details, and you can't work outside employment, so therefore I own you." And when you see officers who want to leave the department to go to St. Tammany or St. Bernard or Jefferson, that's where we lose officers. It's because those officers know they're working a job and they're not being owned. Dr. Thomas.
Chief, since we're talking about policing, I have a community question that every time we do our criminal justice roundtable on the Good Morning Show on WBOK, the criminologists are usually asked about a lot of questions that have to do with the police and the community. One question that came to the community was about central evidence, property and building cases. When you look at the history of NOPD as it relates to other jurisdictions, the solve rate for decades, it was extremely low. The solve rate now, I think, isn't at the national average. How do we gather evidence, property, and put together cases? And if folk want to keep it real and we want to tell stories about reality, my family lost a loved one when no one was charged. And there were just two people in the room. And my other family member was in a car that was shot up 57 times. And the community allegedly knows who it is, but
Right.
that young person took 2 bullets in the head and their life will never be the same now. And no one has been brought to justice.
Right.
So how do we begin to build cases now? Because that's what the community wants to know. How do we keep them safe? How do we bring the killers to justice? And how do we not make their lives miserable?
Councilmember Thomas, thank you for sharing about your personal background, and I'm sorry for that. I'm going to give you the principle that I actually believe in. I'm not saying it just because it's some PowerPoint. It's what I know to be true. Usually people in a community do know, right? They know. They won't talk to the police, and we need them to talk to us if they don't trust us. If we are not trusted in a particular community, we will not get the information. Solvability rates are indicators many times if there's a fractured relationship between the police and a community. You can rebuild fractured relationships. They can be. When you have men and women on the police department who will be intentional about proving their trustworthiness, their care, and it does require being intentional and building the relationships in the community. When relationships are indeed built and they believe and trust, they will be more willing to speak to an officer. I have witnessed this. I witnessed this even in Chicago. I was on a ride along and a shooting occurred. And I'm with the officer and the person is behind the corner. The witness is behind the corner saying, I'm not going to talk to you. I don't trust y'all. It was because of us. He didn't trust us. He wouldn't talk to us. That has to be bridged.
And then a personal story. I'm an elected official, but my life is a little different from a lot of wonderful people in politics and office. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. I grew up in a poor neighborhood, have not always been on the right side of the law. But there was one incident where I was arrested for a traffic ticket. And they had to take my family, my kids out of a ditch. We were rushed to an emergency room. At the same time I was in that accident, there was a shooting up the street. The two officers who had initially were on the scene, they came to tell me about the shooting. Then they came back to me and told me they were told not to go to the shooting, but to stay with me and arrest me. But true story, I'll take a lie detector test on it. I know the officers. They were told by their rank to stay with me while someone who had been killed in the shooting. So that's, was I wrong for my license? Absolutely. But I was treated like my family was treated. Couldn't even see my kids in the emergency room. Was arrested and booked overnight over a license. While there was a shootout up the street where someone was murdered. And the rank told them, no, you got to stay with Oliver Thomas, public enemy #1. Forget about the shooting. So what do we, it would have seemed to me, and I understand, I'm a target already, and I'm always gonna be one. But that kind of policing has a lot to do with, and it's not just me, there's so many other people, right? And I didn't have a political title at that time. That was in the other part of the transition in my life. But that was a decision that was made by rank for a traffic ticket while there was a shooting up the street where someone was murdered. That's policy. What do we do about that kind of policing?
It's also culturally, internally, police departments have their own culture. And so that is why I believe in procedural justice principles, which is just because you can doesn't mean you should. And so those are cultural fixes and they can be fixed. The culture can change. I can't speak to your specific issue. I can speak to the principle of the issue. And that it can be, how were we raised in law enforcement to think? You can learn new ways of thinking. And so that's what I do well as a cultural change agent.
Thank you.
Mr. King.
Ms. Kirkpatrick, you mentioned a while ago that you answer to the mayor. Can you expound on that? You mentioned that you answer to the mayor. Can you expound on that?
Sure. The mayor, a strong form of government, so the mayor hires me with your approval and confirmation. So I answer that line of who's the boss with respect to that. But I also believe that I answer to you in terms of being a partner to hearing your voice. I answer to you, but when it comes to like the administrative, who can hire and who can fire, my boss is the mayor. So her voice is going to be listened to, weighed, and honored, and so is yours. So that is what I meant by that remark.
So in policing situations, because the mayor is not nor has never been a police officer, where do you get your guidance from as far as being a police officer or leader of NOPD?
So that's what I think that when I have said the mayor is my boss in that way, but she's hiring me to run the department. And so if you confirm me, I'm the one who runs the department, but just like I would value your partnership, your voice, your guide, your direction, so does my boss. And so that is what I mean by that. But I think I have said it on the news in a news story, and I'll repeat it here. There's only one mayor in this country that I know of who wants to run the department. Most mayors do not want to run the department. They want to hire a chief that they can have competence in to run the department. And that's what I believe that Mayor Cantrell has shown to me, which is you're my selection. If you confirm me, chief, you go run the department. But I actually believe in the term public servant. So that means I'm supposed to listen to you. I'm supposed to listen to the mayor as the elected of the entire city. I value your partnerships, but I'm here to run the department.
So it's been told to me by different officers, if the administration wants something in the police department, they're going to get it. If they want somebody hired or fired, it's going to happen. If they want police officers in a certain location for a certain reason, it's going to happen. And that has been a big problem in this city for quite some time. And that's why it's been a problem for quite some time. So I just need, and I believe the audience or the public needs to know that you're going to act independent of the mayor. You won't mind, and it's not a knock against Mayor Cantrell, but you won't mind disagreeing with the mayor and saying, I don't believe this is a proper strategy, or this person should be hired or fired or promoted or demoted, because that goes a long way in eroding morale and making people want to leave when they believe that the mayor of this city is the actual shadow leader of NOPD. And a lot of people feel that way.
Okay, That's fair. All I can tell you is this. Of course, I have bosses. But in this particular situation and in all the positions I've had as a chief, there's one chief. There's one chief of a department. I am independent. I take in everybody's guidance and input because I serve all of you. But if you want a shadow chief, I'm not your lady. Please do not confirm me. I'll tell you that right now. I'm not your person. I will not be micromanaged. But there is a difference between listening, respecting, and honoring a wish if possible by you. Never ask me to fix anything. Never ask me to do any of that. I am an independent. I'm a mature woman. I have my boundaries. They're very clear. My work record should show you that. They're non-compromisable. I know my true north. If you confirm me, you will have an independent chief. And that's, I don't know how to beat anything, but just to the point about that.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer.
All right, next slide. Chief, we're ready
Oh,
for
I'm
your slide.
sorry.
That's okay. We have a lot of questions in a row, so I'm
Sorry,
sure you're waiting for the next
I'm
question, but
thinking here. Okay, the deployment plan. You've asked about the deployment plan. All right, so obviously deployment is a big issue because you used to be, even way back in the day, you were about a 1,500 staff department and commission. Today, you are just below 900. We are today at a 858 on your sworn side of the house. The total complement is 1,200. So the question has been, well, how do you deploy the number of people that you have? The last true deployment study you did was in 2014. We are not the same department. So that study is not even viable. I would encourage that we choose an outside consultant who can come along us with the experience and the background to do a proper deployment study. We may find that we are properly deployed. But I think third eyes, outside eyes should take a look at it. And there are consultants who are specialists in this. With respect to how deployments though should occur, it's not by population. We used to deploy, one officer per population. That's how many number of officers you've got. That is not best practices. You deploy based on your particular district and your particular district on the types of calls for service you have. District 1 is going to have a totally different call load than District 7. But not only is it the number of calls that different districts have, it's the type of call. So if it's a hot call, you're going to send 2 officers. And if you're in a district with a lot of hot calls, you're still going to need more officers than just a call for service count. So that is where we need to go back and look at, are we properly staffed with the numbers we have? We've got to live with the reality of being a 900 officer department, not a 1,200 officer department. And with the numbers we have, are we properly deployed as best as we could be?
Councilmember Druso.
I wanted to ask one of the questions Councilmember Morrell asked earlier is employ consultants to support development. Do we know who those consultants are? Sorry, I'll get closer to my microphone. Do you know who those consultants are to help with the deployment strategy?
I can't give you the names, but there are about 3 or 4 people. I have someone in the audience who probably could give you a name, but I haven't reached out even to do that because I'm not confirmed.
Okay, I just want to make sure we know where that is. The other one is this issue of civilianization has been a huge one for the council, the administration starting to take it on. And I'm just going to read you some stats that I have and just ask that this be made a priority. As of at least a few weeks ago, the information I had is for social service workers, there were 15 authorized, but only 3 hired for district stations. For social workers for special victims units, which again, because of some of the issues in the past predating Chief Woodfork, 15 authorized, 12 hired. That's pretty good. Social, but need a full complement. Social service workers for officer assistant program, 2 authorized, but none hired. Civilian investigators, 36 authorized, but only 16 hired. Police intake specialists, 25 authorized, but only 17 hired for APR unit. And I think no academic dean or legal instructor for the academy. So I want to stress to you the importance to us about that, and that the council, as you pointed out repeatedly, and as we understand, the mayor is the executive, we're the legislative body, but we've appropriated all these funds and stated repeatedly, I see Councilmember Moreno shaking her head at me, the importance of doing this. So I would really like to see the civilianization, because I think that's how we help. We talk about morale within the department as well, taking some of the load off of particularly the men and women in blue to do their work.
If you, Mr. President, Morel, if you want, I can jump to the civilianization, if that would be easier for purposes of the
That's sure.
conversation, or you
Great.
want me to wait and just kind of march
You
through?
can absolutely jump to it.
Okay, so this is actually that 6th area. So I went ahead to jump to it, the civilianization. First and foremost, you should know that my belief is that this is in civilianization. I support civilianization. Again, New Orleans is in a unique time and place. Because of your staffing, we can rebuild with a lot of civilianization. Now, what I have learned since I've been here for 2 weeks, that each of the department captains, division captains, and the chiefs went to all of their divisions and say, where can we civilianize? We have a list internally from their perspective, what could be civilianized. As of today, and that list, let me back up to tell you, that list yielded, I believe it was 157 particular areas. That came internally where they thought that they could internalize. I may be off by a number or 2, but it is right in that category. As of today, 107 of those positions have been filled. So I also believe in what we would call conceptually tiered policing. So not every position would be civilianized, but if I may give you an example of what tiered policing is, where you may have to give a limited commission, not a full commission of a police officer, but as an example, using limited commission people to do your prisoner transports. So if you're in District 7 and you have arrested somebody, you've got to drive them all the way back in town to process them. If you use a limited commission person, they could come out to the scene, get the person whom you've arrested, drive him back and do the processing. It keeps your officers in the field. If not, they're out of service for an hour and a half to 2 hours. That's an example of it's not fully civilianized, but it is a limited, it's not a full boat police officer.
I guess I appreciate that, and thank you for the answer. With your numbers, there's still about a 30% complement, though, that remains unfilled. And again, I realize I'm not trying to cast blame on anybody. I think we're just trying to see how do we solve the problem. And you've talked at great length about the urgency and importance of making recruiting faster for commissioned officers. I assume you're going to take the same approach when it comes to civilianization as well.
Right. Right.
Is that a yes?
That is a yes.
Okay.
That is a yes. And I want to give credit again to Chief Williams and Lieutenant Powell. They are also streamlining the processing of a civilian. Not every civilian has to be processed at the same level as a fully commissioned officer. So again, you can streamline the processes that cause delays in filling positions.
That's another good point. How many of these positions need to have like a full background check?
That's the thing, not as many. There are going to be some civilianized positions because of law enforcement sensitivity. They'll have to have full backgrounds. Most of them don't.
Right.
So you don't need to process them like you would a police officer recruit. So that alone, and they've already recognized that, these are things they're already aware of and moving toward. So we've speed the efficiency of the processing. You should be able to fill more positions soon.
Councilmember Harris.
Councilmember Moreno has some questions, then I'll go.
This is still on civilians. So I think it's great to use civilians when it comes to overall having a better response time and responding to particularly nonviolent incidents. I think that's really important, but I think it's also critical to start using civilians to deal with our solve rate. You are looking at right now on the arrest rate in New Orleans, roughly 35% for murders, and the arrest rate for non-fatal shootings is roughly 26%. I don't have the arrest rate for sexual assault, but I have the clearance for sexual assault, which is pretty deplorable. And we don't actually even have the most recent numbers in 21 and 22, but through 2016 through 2020, it was 16%, 17%, 12%, 7%, and in 2020, 9%. So that's really deplorable. So I think that whatever we can do to also boost civilians to help our detectives who are working these cases so we can solve these cases and get people caught is also really critical.
Yes, ma'am. I'm with you all the way.
Thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to go back to having a deployment consultant.
Yes.
I wonder if you looked at the report completed by Fausto Picardo, who came in and was a consultant to NOPD.
Yes,
Have you seen that plan?
I did see it. Yes, ma'am. I spoke with him a couple of times personally.
Is there a deployment strategy within that plan that you would adopt?
No, ma'am. I spoke with him. I don't want to be misunderstood. I spoke with Chief Picardo. And I said, I've looked at your suggestions of how you would pull people from here and put them here. And I flat out asked him, did you intend this to be a deployment plan? He's given me permission to be clear with you. Absolutely not. That was not his intention to have that be the deployment plan. That was what he called his scan of, hey, there are places we could pull people, but it is not a plan. Having been as an executive police chief for many years, I knew it wasn't a plan. The one plan I knew, that wasn't the type of what I would call a deployment plan. He's been an executive. He was clearly that was not what it was intended. That's why you use specialists. These plans are very evidence-based. These are professionals who do deployments, but our own people have a lot of insight. You know, it's one thing to bring in the outside consultant, but in the end, it's really what works for New Orleans, not a theory.
Yeah, you anticipated my question. As you said, the districts are very distinct. So for example, the 6th district might deploy differently than the 8th district, than the 2nd district, than the 1st district. So how do you come up with a unified deployment strategy, given that the districts are so separate and so distinct?
I actually, you know, although I do support consultants and all of that, if we had the capacity in-house to do a true deployment plan, I'd rather have our own people who know it well. They know it's going to work, not just a theory.
Yeah, I've worked with some of them, and I do agree that they know what works in their own districts. So I appreciate that. I also want to get to your last point, explore creating more districts with smaller geographic footprint.
Yeah.
We've actually talked, since I've been on the council, of consolidating districts so that there is less geographic footprint, meaning that some of the districts that have deplorable conditions in the stations are consolidated with other districts, especially since policing is so mobile.
Yes.
Very few of our officers actually sit in a district office to do their work. They're out patrolling, they're out doing their duties. So why would you create more districts with a smaller geographic footprint rather than consolidating?
And that is something that I do want to assess with your input. So all I can tell you is that I'm open to looking at geographic footprints just like I also had that conversation with Councilmember Thomas about that. So I can't tell you today what that would be or if it would be, but it is something that we actually need to look at and address, whether it's consolidation or division. But we need to put that on top of what is our deployment and crime plan strategy.
And as a follow-up to that, I know for a fact that a lot of the crimes that are happening, for example, in the 6th district, are committed by people who are coming in from out of parish, who live in Jefferson Parish, for example. And we've seen where some of those folks have been caught by Jefferson Parish police versus our police that are crossing parish lines. What is your philosophy about working with not only our surrounding parish our surrounding parish police departments, also our security districts and our harbor police, for example, or university police? How do you pull this all together into a deployment strategy that is comprehensive and that also complies with our consent decree?
Right. So under the crime strategy plan that I'm going to be addressing, the principles are also the same. It is the issue of consolidating, being more of a partner with the people who are around you and the agencies we're around, the mutual aid approach. We need the federal partners at the table, the local partners at the table. We need to be under one umbrella about how we police today, because the criminal does not stay in one boundary. And so I have a background and experience in it, but I cannot tell you at this moment beyond to say I am in agreement with that.
Have you in any other leadership roles done, for example, roundtables with other police commanders from other districts or other police units?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, I asked when I got here, for instance, I think I asked the sheriff if we, as a law enforcement community, does she host like a monthly meeting with all the chiefs of this area? That's what I'm accustomed to. So in Seattle, when I was the King County undersheriff, the sheriff meets, and it's true in all of the areas of Washington state, each sheriff meets with the police chiefs once a month. Okay, so it's the collaboration. And so that is the structure I'm accustomed to. So I asked the sheriff, do we do that? And that includes your university police, your harbor police, your port police, everybody. And I'm sure that the sheriff or myself or whoever would want to have a structured monthly meeting with our partners.
Yeah, I think that likely falls to you, given our structure of law enforcement here in New Orleans and the surrounding parishes, rather than our sheriff's department. Of course, she should be at the table, but I do think that that would be something I would like to see pulled together.
That's my background, and that's what I was the co-chair of the King County Police Chiefs.
So Chief, let's stay there then. You alluded to the conversation we had, and it was about hotspot policing. It was about noted criminologist Wiesbrand and the late Peter Shaw, Dr. Penny, about the law of crime concentration.
Right.
And how do you concentrate your resources, not over policing,
Right.
but how do you also have relationships with the government to make sure that there are resources along with police presence. New Orleans, pre-Katrina, you know, Ray Charles could tell you where the hotspots were.
Right.
Post Hope 6 and post Katrina, Stevie Wonder could tell you where those 20 hotspots are,
Right.
and they have not changed. So, and as well as all the intelligence, if you would talk to the late Dr. Shaw or Dr. Penny, they would tell you that all the intelligence and information of who, what, when, how, and where is already within your department. What would you do differently? Because I think for too long, we've had the goofiest strategy of deployment in the world is dividing up police men and women equally, not as its relationship to where crime is. How do we change that?
Well, am I stepping out here? May I answer?
You can step.
Again.
You can step. Go ahead, step.
Okay, I have met on a couple occasions, Dr. Avigno. She's great.
Yeah.
And so this idea of generational hotspots, as you mentioned,
Yeah.
Councilmember Thomas. Well, it's not just a matter of arresting people. That's not changing anything. So Dr. Avenel is going, and I believe it's already presented to you, this, we need to address the upstream issues that break the generational impacts, wraparound services, public health, being a partner in crime.
Dr. Sunita Singh also, who's an ally of Dr. Sharp, also has an even deeper dive into those hotspots. But
Yeah,
that,
but that's exactly what I'm referencing, to approach crime also from a public health issue and making sure that we're getting wraparound services in a community versus we're going to flood it with a lot of cops.
but I want to specifically,
Yeah.
piggyback on what Councilmember Harris is saying. How do you put together the intelligence and act, especially because in these hotspots
Yeah.
is where a lot of your violence happens and
Well-
where there's a lot of fear.
Council President, with your permission, I'll go ahead and jump then to the crime strategy because it kind of blends a little bit with what you're referencing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna jump out while you jump on that.
Okay.
That way you can get,
And before you-
that way I won't belabor
Well,
it.
I think it's an appropriate spot to hop to before you get there and something for your consideration. I've been in contact with several of the regional partners for crime fight, as in the other sheriff, police chiefs. And from their perspective, when I talk to the sheriff of Jefferson Parish, the sheriff of Saint Bernard, the different police chiefs in Kenner and Gretna, and the small municipalities, there's an ongoing effort across the region to do data sharing and to do information sharing. And a constant complaint I get from the group is NOPD does not participate.
Yeah.
And as you know, crime does not have a border. They don't like stop doing crime in New Orleans and then go Jefferson and vice versa. Though it feels that way sometimes. But as you're looking to have that local meeting, that regional meeting with all the different associated agencies, I will say that both myself and I believe Representative Freeman and Representative Hilferty, I remember even when Mitch Landrieu was the mayor, I attempted to create a law enforcement district in the city where we could look at all those different resources throughout the city as far as deployment, because I can tell you, and this might have already been said maybe by many people, but when I was here pre-Katrina, everyone knew that if you drove on Robert E. Lee to Haynes Boulevard and you were speeding, NOPD didn't get you, levy police got you. And there are several different groups like that throughout the city that historically, even when the department had people, because they had kind of a regional position, there was an ability of NOP to say, you know what, maybe we can adjust our deployment and you pick up some of these spots. I remember Katrina, when I was trying to get the levy police re-engaged, those conversations fell apart because at that time, the levy police said, we're happy to go back to doing robbery. We go as low as Fillmore, but we have to have the ability to collect the speeding tickets for our department to offset the cost. And as incredulous as it may seem, that negotiation fell apart because the mayor said, no, I want the ticket money. And the levy police were like, well, if we're giving you the personnel, if we're expending the cost, we have to recoup it. And it literally fell apart because the city said, well, we'd like you to help, but we'd like you to eat the cost. I think when you engage all these different partners, there is a willingness in very limited capacities. Obviously, the levy police aren't going to respond to a violent crime. But I mean, God forbid, if you talk to everybody in the city of New Orleans, it would be nice if traffic laws existed again.
Yes.
It would be nice that people run stoplights here because there's no repercussions. Even if you just had the levy police, the harbor police just saying, oh, here is that, that mythical traffic ticket that we never have anymore. If we even had a department leader like yourself reach out to them and say, how can I engage you in a way you're comfortable to expand our reach in a limited capacity? Because when you talk about, and Councilman Green says it frequently, that aura of lawlessness, it's because in the most minute areas where that people expect in an organized municipality, as in people are not simply running stoplights
Right.
running red lights and speeding 40 miles, 50 miles an hour through school zones. I mean, it's gotten to a point where we have become so reliant on dysfunctional traffic cameras that even soccer moms know, just put the little cover over your license plate and then you can just do what you want. We have to have some return to that. And I think that with your deployment strategy, I think meeting with those partners and having them engage in whatever capacity they're available, just to bring some of that expectation of basic policing back would do tremendous work to improve the community's morale as the department's active again.
And if you could answer my question first, hotspot policing
Yeah.
and crime concentration,
Okay,
that's still on the table.
That's the problem.
Oh,
I was talking about.
Oh, okay. No, I got you.
To be clear, my comment was on deployment because we're still in the deployment section. And I think an opportunity is for you to go back and engage those groups as they have not really been engaged to see how they can help with your deployment strategy. I think Councilman Thomas's comments regarding how you're going to target hotspots, that's in the crime fight strategy that we're going to go to next. So we can go there right now.
so let me just make a quick comment and then I'll address you, Councilmember Thomas. Okay. Wherever I have ever policed, traffic enforcement is very important to a community. They want it. They want it. And so I would like to see
And
traffic.
not just for me, right?
No, sir, not just for you, but if people want enforcement, and so I would hope to see that our own officers will start enforcing those traffic infractions. We pulled from the traffic unit in order to service the call for service load, but we need to rebuild that particular unit as well. Traffic enforcement is always a big issue and should be. And I agree with the principles by which you spoke. Now I will go to Councilmember Thomas, and he really set the stage for me to address the crime strategy. So if everybody's kind of comfortable with my moving to that, okay? So we're going to jump these. We're going to go to the crime strategy, and then we'll back up to the other remaining areas. Okay. All right. Okay, so as you all know, I think everybody's prepared. As you all know, I arrived about 2 weeks and 2 days ago, 3 days ago. So as an outsider looking in, and I've shared this with some of you just one-on-one, but I'll just set the stage for the rest of the community. So as an outsider, one of the first things I wanted to know was, hey, what is our crime strategy plan? So I was doing open source searching for your plans, okay? And in addition, I reached out to the mayor's at the time Office of Gun Violence, spoke to the person at the time there. I contacted some of the presidents and leadership of like PANO, FLP, people like that. And I just asked the basic question, what is your crime plan? What are we doing? And at the time, I couldn't get really a solid answer that we had a plan. So I come to New Orleans thinking, well, I can see the crime trend going down. Plus, you had just experienced a 2-week period of time with no homicides. And I was like, does anybody know what factors were going on that we could duplicate for what was going on, so that we had 2 weeks without a crime plan? So I lay that foundation to tell you that I am aware now, being on the inside, your department is doing a structured crime plan. They are doing intentional strategies. And so you are seeing the impacts of that. And that takes us back to Councilmember Thomas. So what I learned, Councilmember, is that our people are already using the analytics that shows the data of the hotspots. So we have empirical data. We can put it on a map and you can see those actual geographic neighborhood territories, right? They were already using that data to inform them to take a more precision-based approach. You know who the people are committing the crime. It's a small group of people who commit all the crime in particularly local areas. That data has been informing your officers since April. They developed a strategy that is focused on enforcement. And the best analogy I can use is that instead of policing where you throw a net out into a community, you over police it, you stop everything that moves, you're trying to get the bad guy, but you just stop everybody. That's like fishing with a net. You collect over all these people go and you go, well, you're not the person I'm looking for. You throw them out the net. Precision-based policing, which is what they're doing, and what my history is, it's like fishing with a spear gun. You know who is committing the crime. Go, well, that's the person you want. You don't want grandma. You don't want the businessman or lady just going to work. So quit policing with that strategy. And that's what they've been doing. Your lower crime stats are intentional. Now, what I have asked them to do, and that they did for me last week, when I said they, the chief of the field operations, the number 3 in the department, the number 2, he's the 3-star, Chief Gantier. He got his team together, and last week they put into writing. I said, have you reduced this into writing? They had not as of yet, but as of today, they've reduced that strategy into writing so I can see it. Now, here's the deal. Now, let me take you to some other observations. You have what I would call disjointed implementation of certain strategies. You've got this team doing something, you got this team doing something, you got this team doing something, but it's not coordinated. So, for instance, you will have Dr. Avignon, who will be doing the public health component. But we should all be coordinated. You should have the FBI in the office. You should have, it's a ceasefire approach. And so you have a strategy, which is the mayor's, let me go to it. I guess we don't have the visual, but that's okay. Let's go back up here. Okay. What I'm getting at is that you have, let's see, we seem to be out of order here. That's why. Okay. Let me just describe it. A ceasefire, Operation Ceasefire approach puts all of these independent strategies under one umbrella. You bring all the players into one meeting on a regular basis and you strategize. Who are you going to target? Where are you going to go? How do you get wraparound services to the people to break the cycle of violence? You have violence interrupters already. You have a lot of people doing a lot of things, but they're not coordinated. So what I would do is to bring it into under one umbrella. I like analogies. I shared it with my team yesterday, and I think is a good way to explain what I'm getting at. It's like having an orchestra where over here I have the string instruments. I have the violinist. Over here I have the percussion drum people. Over here I have the horns. Well, you're all doing your own thing. You're making good music, you're making good sounds, but you're not orchestrated. Until you are together under one conductor, it's like music, it's like sounds clashing. And what I want to do is put it under an Operation Ceasefire format that will coordinate it, and where you have one orchestra playing all in the same direction. That's basically the overall, and you already have that plan under the mayor's, I believe they called it, that's the organization. We jumped, so we got to go down to going in the wrong direction. Okay, it is Mayor Cantrell's Generational Violence Reduction Plan. I read
The
that.
Violent
plan.
Crimes Task Reduction Task Force.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Is that the Violent Crimes Reduction
Yes.
Task Force? Okay.
Yes, it is. I have studied that plan. That plan has all the elements of the ceasefire operation that I'm accustomed to working, as well as the additional public health component. That is under that plan. That would be the plan. And I do want our staff to read that and make it New Orleans centric. Just because it's a plan that has good impacts in Chicago, has good impacts in Oakland.
And just to understand, this is a plan, I see from your slide from 2019, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I had a visual of the plan itself, but it's not in my slide deck now. But see, you already have things like cure violence. You already have, you have a lot of elements already there. You just aren't working the plan as the plan is designed. Well, that's really what that's the plan, if you will. See, if you see up there, you have Chicago's Rapid Employment Ready Development Initiative, they call ready. You have Ceasefire Boston, you have Ceasefire Oakland. You have a lot of plans that are already evidence-based. It's just a matter of implementing it.
Yeah, so I think what you're saying is that there's been like a lot of potential plans out there, but NOPD doesn't really have a plan.
Well, they're working a strategy now that is giving you fruit on the tree, right? You can see the numbers drop, but it's not as fulsome as I would like to see. And actually that plan up there is the fulsome approach.
And you had explained to me when you and I had met that you hope that within the next few months, you'll be able to come up with your own plan that you can present.
It's coming up with making it New Orleans centric, taking what you already have and then making it New Orleans centric, which is where the input from our own internal people would go, you know, that little element wouldn't work here. So, but you have an evidence-based plan. Would you like for me to continue to? Okay. All right. So we're going to actually back up to address one other crime strategy approach, which is right now, I had been on the national board of the ATF on what they call the Crime Gun Intelligence Center. Right now, New Orleans does utilize the collection of shell casings from guns that have been fired. And they do use the ATF's, what we call the brass tax system, NIBRs, for tracing guns. I would like to just potentially make New Orleans an actual, what we call a CJIC, a crime gun intelligence center. The ATF brings a lot of resources to the table. And as a former national board member, I'd like to just have a little bit more fulsome crime gun intelligence for our agency. We're still doing it. It's just making it more fulsome. That would be the last strategy associated with it. Okay. Now, whatever reason, my slides are not in the, I guess it should be. All right. We are now ready to move to the consent decree. You see how I'm out of order? I don't know what happened. Okay,
All right.
When I'm mumbling about a little bit.
Do you want to ask the question now or you want to wait? You're gonna wait till the end of the consent decree to, okay, all right. That's fine. Go right ahead, Chief. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Let's now address the consent decree. That was the other major of the three major issues, is the consent decree. Okay, is everybody ready as we're jumping around? All right. So you have been under consent for 11 years. And the consent decree, have it in front of me. The consent decree, as you know, is a very thick document. And within that document, you have 427 paragraphs. the city of New Orleans entered into this with the federal government with an understanding that we would collaboratively meet the reform requirements that are outlined in these paragraphs. So that's how we reference this. This is a somewhat current snapshot of where we are. There is a website dashboard that any member of the public can go to follow along with this, and this is where we got the current information. So of the 427 paragraphs, we are not in compliance with 81. We agree we are not in compliance with 81 paragraphs. 120 paragraphs, we would be, what that means is when it says it's under review by the federal monitor, what we're saying is we, New Orleans Police, believe that we are in compliance with 120 of those paragraphs, but they happen to be in the hands of the federal monitor, who will say whether or not they are in agreement if we are in compliance. So it's in a review stage. But the 81, we would agree, we are not in compliance yet. Okay. Now, the big question is, how do we go forward? What are we going to do? Okay. This is a priority for everyone. So even my first week here, I did reach out. I did ask to speak with the judge herself. I have met with Judge Morgan in her chambers. We've had a one-on-one, face-to-face meeting. I have also met on a couple occasions by Zoom, the federal monitoring team in terms of the chair and the co-chair, not the entire team, but the lead investigators. We have an understanding that there is a clear path forward, but what we agreed to collectively, me, the judge, the federal monitors, is that with these outstanding 81 paragraphs that we would get together, my team and the monitor team, we would go through the 81 paragraphs. We would make sure that we are in clear understanding what we on NOPD side has to do, action steps for getting in compliance. One of the key elements is a timeline. So if we say to the federal monitoring team, you tell us the step we have to take, we will perform that step and get it back to you within this timeline. Federal monitoring team, on your side, we want you to review the proof we set forward to you, also responding to us within a timeline. So that if we have to make a correction or if they're going to get us into compliance, the big overall issue is timeline, so that we don't have proofs hanging out there for months after month after month. So if we need a correction, you monitoring team, tell us what that is, and on our side, we will get it done. So that meeting is scheduled for next week. Just sit down with the monitoring team, with my team, and we will spend a couple of hours going through these 81 paragraphs.
The consent decree while you're running, we spoke about this in my meeting. The NSA in Oakland,
Yeah.
the negotiated settlement agreement for non-compliance. When you got there, there were 3
Yes.
items on the consent decree.
Right.
When you talked to the leadership in Oakland, when you left, it went from 3, I think 6 or 7, or some say 8. But I know the non-compliance increased.
Right.
How is that, especially since you were in charge of trying to bring the department into compliance? Why would it be more out of compliance when you left?
Sure. So if I may, you'll have to follow this a little bit closely.
Okay.
I'm not gonna give you specifics timeline, but I'm going to give you a ballpark. Okay. So one of the compliance arenas was that the Oakland Police Department's Internal Affairs Unit, your equivalent PIB, that they had to, the Internal Affairs Unit was to turn discipline cases over, complete them in the investigation, let's say in 30 days. Okay. So we could continue to crank out bringing those investigations to completion and meet the timeline. So it was a timeline driven thing. We have no cases beyond 30 days. However, the quality of the investigations were very poor. And so if we're trying to have a cultural shift, I took the investigators of the Internal Affairs Unit. They were all retrained. They were to be retrained to improve the quality of the investigation itself. Therefore, to take the time to have them totally retrained, I could not at the same time hit a timeline of 30 days completion of the investigation. In other words, I was trying to improve the quality, the culture issue, the quality, not just hit a superficial number. The best example or analogy I can give you is if you had a Toyota factory plant and you are building cars that are gasoline built cars, but now you want to create cars that are battery energy. You take your factory offline to retool your factory to be able to manufacture electric cars. Well, while you take it offline to retool it, you are not producing cars. So if I'm not hitting the number, then you go out of compliance. But what I was really trying to address was the underlying quality issues, and I could not do both. Therefore, you fall out of compliance, but for the right reasons. I'm trying to fix the cultural issues, not hit a number. And therefore, you can say, well, you didn't make your numbers. You're out of compliance. Okay, I'm out of compliance. But I was addressing something I thought much more important.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I went ahead to pause. You know, yeah.
I think, Chief, I just kind of, as Councilmember Moreno earlier said, just head on address like the elephant in the room, which is the city has filed a motion to terminate the consent decree. There's been a lot of judicial sparring over this. And I think I at least speak for myself when I say we're tired of that. You know, the judge has an opinion, whether we agree with it, disagree with it is sort of irrelevant. It's about where we are. I'm just kind of curious how you plan on handling this, given the context that you're working in, where I just want to make sure you understand everything before you answer. The council has now escrowed the operating budget of the law department because we're not being communicated with. You're talking about being with the judge. There's a motion to terminate on the table. That's a lot to bite off and trying to get us to a place of sustainment. So I'm curious what you see the path of getting there to be, given the dynamics.
Well, thank you. I want to remind most of you that I too am an attorney and have been for 33 years. And so I have an appreciation for legal matters. However, whether or not there is litigation on this issue doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that I work collaboratively with everybody involved. And collaboratively does not mean you always agree. It just means you keep talking, you stay at the table. We're going to keep till we get to a mutual understanding, and I will go forward in doing my part, which is to continue to press forward on the improvements hopefully during my time, if you confirm me, get us over that finish line with or without whether or not you have a motion to terminate or not. That's not going to be my area. My area is to stay focused on getting us through the consent, but even more importantly, the end game of the consent is for transformation. And don't you want, that's what we want, whether or not we have a consent decree. We want reform and we want transformation. Whether or not you have consent.
Yeah, I guess what I'm struggling, I'm just candidly, what I struggle with is I think I want to be collaborative too. And collaboration doesn't always mean that you agree or you see eye to eye. But if you have particularly lawyers who are fighting everything and you are seeking collaboration, it undermines efforts that you and others are trying to make if it's going to constantly be a battle. So now you are a lawyer. So how do we balance these things that are happening so we ensure getting to sustainment more quickly rather than picking up pitchforks and stabbing each other with it?
I have tried to be very upfront with you as well about me, my personality. What you get is a total package. And I am always one to go for win-win. I am always one who wants to stay in the relationship. It does matter that we keep at the table. I'm neutral, y'all. I am here to stand in the gap and I am here to get the job done. And that's what I plan to do. And I can be a truth speaker without being combative. It is not my nature, but I also can stand my peace and my ground. And I have no problems with that either. And
I know what you're trying to do. I guess what I'm saying is this is an issue that it's hard to be Switzerland on, is my bottom line. Is there's either we are going to try to get to sustainment or we're not. And if we're going to keep on fighting the federal judge, then that is one kettle of fish. If we're going to say we understand what the problems are and we're going to try and address them, that is a different one. And I feel like what I hear you saying, trying diplomatically, is you can't focus on the politics, you can only focus on the policy. But I just want to really emphasize that to get to the place where we all want to be, to ensure transformational catalytic change that you were talking about, then we have to be in a place where, number one, the reforms are institutionalized. Number two, that they're done fairly predictably and with ease. And number three, the community sees the results of all of those. And I think number four, getting to sustainment becomes much easier if you can accomplish those objectives. I mean, is that a fair?
it is a fair. I said to y'all, or even publicly, even at my announcement, when Mayor Cantrell announced me, I am a peacemaker. I am not here to be in a fight with anyone. I am here as a peacemaker, and I can be collaborative and get the job done and hold ground, which a lot of times peacemakers need to do as well. So that's all I can tell you.
And just my final question is, just in terms of police attendance and going to the meetings and supervision, response time, downgrading calls, officer assistance, these will be things that you will help work on.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. I think just to point a finer point on Councilmember DeRusso's questions. The judge has, for example, ordered public meetings to discuss the consent decree, in which interim superintendent Woodfork was essentially banned from attending because the mayor said, we don't have to go to these public meetings. And that led to a series of judicial interventions, I think all the way up to the Fifth Circuit and back down. So what is your take on, if a judge orders a public meeting, are you going to resist? Are you going to fight it in court? what would you do in that situation?
I'm going to do what I can to be collaborative and follow through. I want to tell you that Mayor Cantrell has been nothing but supportive. She has not been giving me directions. I don't know historically about that, but it is my intention to work collaboratively. So I plan to be, honor court requests. Absolutely.
I mean, you understand principles of federalism and how a federal court can basically order us all to do 10 push-ups and we have to do it.
I have been in federal court within Oakland for 3 years. I understand who the federal judge is. I get it. So, and I respect that. And
Have you looked at any of the pleadings, any recent pleadings in the case concerning the consent decree?
I have not done a deep dive. I have read some, but I did not read all.
Okay.
Okay, so I am familiar with the pleadings.
Okay. I do want to turn to the sort of back to the umbrella of the plan and having everybody sit at the table. We attempted that with the violent crime task force that was headed up by our 911 311 director Tyrell Morris. I think that was a mistake. I think it should have been headed up by the superintendent of police at the time, rather than the 911 311 director,
Correct.
who had limited policing experience. Again, that was a decision by our mayor to put him in charge of that violent crime task force. In that instance, if this comes back up again, and in my mind, you as the superintendent, if you're confirmed, should be the one leading that charge. Is that your assessment of it as well? Or do you think it's fine to cede that authority to someone else?
In Oakland, the leader of the ceasefire operation was the captain over the Special Operations Division in many ways, but I attended every meeting. So you do, actually, y'all might not be aware of it. You tried Operation Ceasefire many years ago. So did Oakland. So did a lot of places, and they didn't do it right. Okay. So you do it right when the superintendent, the chief of police, is present in these meetings, which are weekly, and shows that it is a top priority, but the one who actually implements Operation Ceasefire is not the chief of police. I don't think it should be the chief of police. It should be people who are more boots on the ground. Your captain should lead that, in my opinion, but not the chief leading the actual day-to-day function of it. But I would be present and there because to make sure it goes forward. It's the implementation. It's the focus. It's the chief is here.
And someone heading it up should be trained in law enforcement techniques and experienced in law enforcement techniques. Is that your assessment?
Yes.
On the issue of 911 311, when you and I met, I had just met with the new interim director of 911 311, and I think he's really fantastic, actually. I think he's someone who puts his head down and works rather than going to something because of a photo op. What is your assessment of our response times as it relates to 911 in particular?
My assessment, well, let me put it this way. I could be very technical with you and say, oh, well, you're within the national averages, but who cares when you call 911? No one cares about the national average. They want to know a police officer is coming. And so anything we can do right now, because we triage people who have property crime issues, they're waiting hours upon hours, even sometimes 24 hours, because that's what we have to do if you want a real police officer on the scene. But what I'd like to see is anytime we can increase it, and that's going to mean more officers. You will be able to drive it down simply when you have more officers who can take the call for service. So they're queuing them because the dispatch has no choice but to queue it like a triage. So that's the problem. until you have more staff or alternative approaches. Like Councilmember Moreno said, look, you could, if you civilianize some positions, you're going to get better service faster. And that's why it's not just one size fit all, but it does mean people. So it does mean staff. And so you got to have more staff, period.
Okay, thank you.
We got a couple of quick questions. I walked in and I heard the tail end of no investigations over 30 days. Could you hit that back again for me since I was out of the room when it happened?
I didn't know that. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so what I was referencing, Mr. President, was that as an example in Oakland, and I can't tell you that that was the actual number, but it was the principle of it. So under Oakland's negotiated settlement agreement, we as the internal affairs unit had to investigate and complete an investigation within a certain time parameters. Okay, by law in the state of California, investigations have to be completed by 365 days or you forfeit any discipline.
Well, and you're aware that Louisiana law is actually much more restrictive than that. In the state of Louisiana, you actually only have, I'm sure any officer back there correct me because I'm totally could be wrong, but I think it's 120 days or 90 days. You know, I think it's 100. There is a, okay, what was it, Hans?
120 with extension.
Okay. So could you repeat that a little louder, Hans?
Actually, it's 135 if we go for 60 days unless you have an extension.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So essentially, one of the primary complaints in the department that the department's been repeatedly ding dong going back to morale is rather than work with the respondents making the complaint where they're getting the complaint done, if there are administrative complaints, once you get past that time period, that 60 days, 135 with extension, what often happens is it creates a punitive process where routinely complaints will go 6 months, 1 year. They know, the person making the investigation knows when you go to civil service, it's get thrown out because you exceeded the day. But rather than close the complaint, you basically put an officer in purgatory for a year because you have them in this complaint that is no longer even enforceable because it's prescribed, but basically you put them on house arrest or probation for that period, which leads to that morale sink we talked about previously where they leave. So I think that when it comes to criminal complaints, obviously criminal complaints are open-ended. When you have legitimate criminal complaints, those are mostly the exception, not the rule. On administrative complaints, what are you going to do to make sure those complaints are completed timely? And also, as you come in, I would encourage you to go look at any complaints that are prescribed, and you have to give officers their due process. If you got a complaint, an administrative complaint that is outstanding on an officer that is 1.5 years old, and you know it's not enforceable, what's the purpose? At that point, you should either turn it criminal and pursue a criminal complaint, or you have to return that officer to duty or change the law. But it just seems routinely, rather than comply with the law, NOPD, through PIB, through aggressive individuals in PIB, it's just sort of like they have created their own judge, jury, and executioner process where if they don't like someone, because like I said, there are people who get a complaint and that complaint will be resolved in 30 days,
Right.
60 days. But then there are other people who have similar complaints that they're not resolved ever.
Well, first of all, any process of investigation shouldn't be the discipline. Like you said, right?
Right.
You know, just going through the process, I feel like I'm being disciplined by it. And
Right.
so that should not be the case. So in principle, there are, I believe, some mechanisms that are already built into the policies that where you could streamline, and they're already in place. It's whether or not we are implementing them, like the different avenues such as mediation options or options to fast track low minor policy violation. That kind of circles back to what I said earlier today. Let's make the minor, the minor, the major, not confuse the two. And then let's try to fast track the investigation period of processing for these minor complaints and get them done.
Well,
Get them done.
well, and I'll tell you, a frequent trick that happens, and it's been thrown out every single time, is that you will have NOPD turn an administrative complaint criminal before the expiration period is done to try and beat that statute of limitations, when ultimately anybody, including yourself, you're a trained attorney, you've been a chief for years, on its face, it's obviously administrative complaint. And that what's very frustrating to a lot of officers is those tactics never work. Civil service still throws it out, but NOPD still loses the case. But what you do have is you have that morale think of people saying, well, I thought I had a due process, but to your point, the process itself becomes the punishment, because even though we can't win that case, well, if we put this guy on ice, if we put this person in a box for a year, 2 years, and know that person doesn't have the ability to recover all that was lost, well, maybe we can get them that way.
There are two things I'd like to say to that. So first is that if you continually are losing your cases, then that's a statement of we're not legitimate in our investigation. We shouldn't have that level of attrition rate. We just keep losing a case, then no one has faith in the investigation.
Have you reviewed how many cases PIB has won in civil service versus lost?
I have not, but it.
I would encourage you to do that.
Okay.
So one more quick thing about the consent. This is a question we get constantly. The NOPD policy on chase. This has been an issue that's come up for the last probably 3 years, predating our term on the council. There has been, are you aware of what the current consent requirement is as far as an NOPD chase policy versus vehicular theft?
I read the consent decree in its entirety and just off the, I think it is dangerous felonies. Is
Right.
that what it is? Dangerous felonies.
And so the challenge we have is that we've all had meetings, or I know several have meetings with the consent monitors, and the chase policy, as I understand it, when it worked, was it required a supervisor to authorize chase. The challenge you have is that, and this goes back to, and you'll keep hearing PIB come up again. Are you aware that many supervisors were told by PIB, under the former head of PIB, that if you authorize a chase and that chase goes poorly, we will leave you out to hang and expose you to civil liability?
Can't speak to that.
Well, the challenge is, and I'll tell you from talking to officers, is supervisors, when told by a department, if you exercise your best judgment, something goes wrong, then the expectation is if you're doing your job, the department will back you up. From my perspective, speaking to officers, you don't have chases authorized because a supervisor, if they're told, if this chase goes poorly, when I get sued and they come for my house, NOPD is going to leave me on a lurch. There is a reason why supervisors are authorized chase. I tell you this because one of the key frustrations we hear from officers and from residents is a theft will happen in the line of sight of an officer. And if they see a vehicle being stolen and that person gets in the vehicle and proceeds to leave, the running joke amongst officers is the individual stealing the car will wave at them as they're driving away because they know there's no chase policy. And the challenge you have potentially as the new chief is when you talk to some of the perception of lawlessness in the city, when people know that they can do car thefts with impunity because they can't be chased after the vehicle has been stolen, the NOPD then becomes the car recovery unit, where occasionally we find the car, try to get the owner back with the car, and you're not actually preventing or arresting people for car theft. And once you have an element, a criminal element that's aware of the fact that there is no chase policy, it encourages that type of behavior. I'm not even talking about, because you're right, we're talking about a carjacking. That is a violent situation that may elevate to a supervisor authorizing a chase. But when you talk about the prevalence of car theft in the city of New Orleans, I think that is likely tied to chase policy. So I guess my question is, will you engage both inside the department and the monitors to revisit the chase policy?
All right, in fairness to you, I am a risk manager person, and so I don't always think that the risk of someone potentially being T-boned in an intersection who's innocent because we're chasing a car and they lose their life over a property issue. I am someone who's going to be conservative about that. However, I think that with technology, I'm an advocate and a proponent of technology, such as there's a technology out there called Star Chase. You also have drones. Why not continue to look at using technology? Star Chase is a product that you put a dart in the front grille of a patrol car so that when the person starts off to rabbit on you, you hit a button. It's very Star Trekky, and a dart flies out and attaches to the car, and that's your GPS monitor. And then you can step back and not do the actual chase, but your GPS tracking them. So you do still get the bad guy, or you use your drones to follow the bad guy. So the message is, you want to come to New Orleans and steal a car, we're going to catch you. Do we have to do it with a chase where other people or an officer themselves could be gravely injured if not killed for that? So you want me to be transparent? I'm being transparent with you, and that I'm not 100% in agreement.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate we're, as different people, we may agree or disagree. What I'll tell you is that, and I think I speak for a lot of people, that risk management assessment operates under the assumption that the individuals who are stealing their car to joyride are going to obey traffic laws. In many instances, officers find these cars at some later date crashed into a building, crashed into a home, crashed into other cars, crashed into people, because individuals who have taken a step to steal a vehicle, to be clear, and I'll be very candid, and I will be corrected by, I'm sure, 15 cops via text message if I'm wrong. We don't have a chop shop problem. We don't have the amount of vehicles being stolen are not at a point where they're being processed to later be sold. We have vehicles stolen either A, to commit crimes or to joyride. And those individuals joyriding in the city where we write no tickets, they don't tend to end well. So I appreciate if we are in Jefferson Parish, where when an officer goes to chase you, typically we'll follow the traffic laws until officer chase starts. I think that logic holds. Then the city of New Orleans, when individuals steal cars, they're still speeding through intersections. They're still doing whatever they want. And I think that I would probably, from a risk assessment perspective, revisit that it's not apples to apples, it's probably apples to oranges.
That is fair. I am someone that I'm able to be argued with. I do not.
Lawyers, we're used to arguing.
Well, I have a strong ego. I do not have a big one. So can take I don't agree with you, Chief. I'm perfectly fine with that. That's what I'm talking about, is collaboration, where we can both say, hey, I'm not 100% with that, but I can stay at the table and you can try to reason with me and I can try to reason with you. And that's what getting to collaboration is. So I won't tell you that I'm 100% in your camp, because I do believe in technology as a different approach for giving chase.
Okay, well, one thing before I get to Mr. Green and then Councilmember Harris, I do think it's important that whatever that chase policy ultimately becomes, it needs to be communicated clearly to officers. It needs to be on paper.
Absolutely.
Only because, like I said, talking to officers, hearing this conversation about being told by PIB or supervisors, we're going to leave you out on a limb. That is obviously not something anyone will put in writing, but as chief, it's something you should. If there's going to be a clearly stated policy, there needs to not be side conversations to scare people into following it. Councilmember Green, then Councilmember Harris.
I'd just like to take an opportunity to thank you for your consideration of technology and potentially using those resources, surveillance, that type of technology that you talked about. You've mentioned ShotSpotter and the like. I'll tell you that in Baton Rouge in 2023, 4 people have been killed in police chases, including 2 high school girls killed by a police officer driving through an intersection. I'll tell you that I have a dilemma when I see the disrespect of those who know that they won't be chased by police zooming past them, or when the police stop them, taking off because they know that they won't be chased. But I also know that there's technology that the police have employed, including license plate reading technology, which recently resulted in an arrest of two persons who committed a murder. Allegedly, they have to be tried, committed a murder in mid-city, but they were followed using license plate reading technology to an area that happened to be in District D, and arrest was made of those two officers. I've seen technology used in other respects that makes up for what we have used to doing in the past. We had a beauty salon where unfortunately the guys who were driving the car slammed into the beauty salon and they were being pursued. And I understand the need to pursue, but I'll tell you that those guys who are committing those crimes are criminals. As simple as that. At the end of the day, they are not committing these carjackings. They're not committing these thefts or these break-ins of windows because they need money for food. They're doing criminal activity. My car was taken. It's not officially called a carjacking because someone jumped into my car, had placed the keys in a place. He found them. He had a gun. He took my car. But the police officer who showed up, to her credit, knew the rules and didn't follow that car at a high rate of speed, even though that car was zooming down St. Bernard Avenue at 90 miles an hour. And that person, even not being pursued, slammed into another car on Parish Road and injured someone and ran like the criminal that he was. The bottom line is that I appreciate your mentioning the technology because it has been effective. We hear so many people who talk about, oh, we don't need surveillance, oh, we don't need technology, oh, we don't need this. No, if you're going to change the way that things have been done in the past, if you're going to engage in certain reforms, the technology is there and it's available. I appreciate that in your presentation, you talked about the use of technology, and that one technology that you mentioned just now to be able to follow vehicles could save lives. It's a challenge. 4 deaths in Baton Rouge, none from police chases here in New Orleans right now. It's a challenge, but thank you for introducing and talking about that technology.
Well, thank you, sir. I do believe in, people shouldn't be victimized, even if it's a property crime. They shouldn't be victimized. Everything is a balance. That's why I don't want to be absolutely no chase, nor do I want to say, well, we will chase. We got to get to the right approach of when should we chase and when we should not. I am not of the position that anyone should be victimized. I don't care how small it is. No one should be victimized, whether it's property or people. So thank you. I do not have the slide and I don't know why y'all.
Councilmember Harris had a follow-up.
And I'm sorry, Chief, can I follow up to one thing that I said just now? And I wanted to be in, Chief, I want to just say this for the benefit of those who are watching me who may not have understood what I said. I do not favor not having any chase policy whatsoever. I just favor us being judicial in its use because I've seen what it's done in other areas. Chases in terms of violence, someone who drives by on the interstate who shoots at somebody for no darn reason needs to be followed to the point where they're caught because they'll go and commit that crime somewhere else. Someone who has been alleged to have been involved with a murder, as was the case with the police who did an outstanding job with license plate reading technology, which this council restored to the police as part of our facial recognition package. It's already been used in potentially solving a murder. It has to be engaged. I don't want anybody to say that Councilman Green said there should never be a police chase, just judicial use and also just recognizing that there are impacts
Yes,
with
sir.
those chases.
And same with me. You engage in violent crime, not even a question. I want the officers to get pursued. Not even a question.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, just 2 quick points. I want to talk about collaboration. Have you met with the DA yet?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Have you met with any of the criminal court judges or juvenile court judges?
Only when they had the red mask, I did a little meet and greet with that. Other than the federal judges, is it intentional? I have met with the U.S. attorney.
What's your philosophy on collaboration as a criminal justice system? I'm not talking about collusion, but collaboration, making sure y'all are talking to each other.
Absolutely, because we need to have the judges, it is a system, right? And the criminal justice system is broken. And so if you have one break here, it's gonna break everything else. And so we must all be in communication and having candid conversations.
So you probably read the headlines. Our jail is reaching overcrowded stages. Our JJIC, our Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, is overcrowded. What is your philosophy on, for example, ankle monitors and ensuring that y'all have access to
Yes.
that information?
Okay, so first of all, I've been around the ankle monitoring world for many, many, many years. And this is a part of like Operation Ceasefire. So you would have probation parole in the same meeting with these officers when they're doing their targeting enforcement, and you need to have them all at the table. I wish you could see an Operation Ceasefire meeting, because it's a meeting with about this whole room filled up. But you got a lot of partners at the table, and it's very structured in the communication. But absolutely, there are big players at the table.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've talked to my commanders who say that they've caught folks who are supposed to be on ankle monitors, but there's no monitoring being done.
Yeah, that's when you have to be in partnership with the criminal justice system that is supposed to be doing the monitoring. A lot of times those are private businesses. And the question is, we can put the ankle monitor on you, we can GPS track you, but it's an after the fact event. It's supposed to be monitored in real time. That was the idea behind it. But if it's being monitored by an outside private company or another branch of the criminal justice system, you don't prevent crime or intervene or interrupt it if you're not monitoring. Then it becomes an after fact. I can put you to the crime, but don't you want to stop it before it even occurs?
A final question for me, and lawyers should never say final question, but I'm going to say it. What is your philosophy on alternatives to policing? For example, we have the law enforcement assisted diversion program that will send out NOPD folks with a trained social worker to intervene for petty crimes, public drunkenness, things like that, where you're putting people into social services rather than in incarceration.
It's kind of like the LEAD program.
So that's what I just said. Yeah, the
program,
LEAD
which is
program.
Seattle. And so I am 100% in favor of not putting people in the system if possible. However, which is what the LEAD program is about. But with respect to that, if you are not also, which is what an Operation Ceasefire thing, if you do not have the carrot and the stick over here, you're going to also not have as effective as the system. So you're offering wraparound services, which is what LEAD is. It's a diversion out of the criminal justice system, right? Which I like in principle. But if they still keep offending, but they keep going back into the LEAD program, we talk about the tyranny of numbers. It looks like it's a successful program. Is it a successful program because they're not recidivizing? Or is it just simply they got redirected time and time and time again into the casework management model? Are you not having a stick behind saying, wait a second, you have so many times under the diversion where now we've got to put you into the system? Are you following what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I guess just very plainly, are you in favor of use of programs like LEAD and our mobile crisis unit or not?
100%.
For it.
For it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Councilmember King.
Speaking of partnerships, what is your thoughts on partnering with local police agencies? I'll be specific. In the French Quarter, the business owners would like to hire local, like the Second City Constable's office with the Constable Ed Shorty, to help supplement the 8th district. And the businesses and the residents would like to see that. However, it's been said, it's been shot down in the past because of consent decree issues, or the police didn't think it was a good idea, or the administration think it was a good idea. What are your thoughts on that?
So in general, And again, I want y'all to know that what I say here is not that I'm gonna be lockstep. You're asking me an opinion, I'm gonna give you an opinion. So in general, I support that kind of thing. I support it. Are there issues that would have to have a lot of safety bumpers around it? Yes. And if those issues could be addressed, then yes. If they cannot be addressed, then the answer is going to be no. But over the overall general support, yes. But there are issues that have to be addressed.
So that would include deputizing different,
That's what the issue is.
Yeah.
How much deputization, if you give any, can it be done without deputization? So that's the issue. That's the issue that I don't know that I can address for you, but it would have to be addressed. If we can make it a go. There have to be safety bumpers if you give limited commission to people.
so you say you can't address it just in general or just not right now?
Not right now. I can give you the general, I'm always open to looking at doing business differently. Always am. That doesn't mean that's a go. So I'm open to looking at whether or not we can get around the barriers.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there's no questions right now, so continue with the slide presentation, I think is.
I want to add, is that a consent decree? Because I was told that in the past, the consent decree prevented that.
It may, and
Recommendation.
that's why I can't tell you. So I can even be in generally in favor of something that consent decree will say absolutely no to. So I don't have enough information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, actually, we are moving along here. So I do want to make this remark about consent. In principle, in the end, we're not going to get out of consent, no matter what, and we shouldn't, so to speak. If it's just a matter of checking off paragraphs, that's not the end game of what a consent is for. The end game of consent is true changing cultures within a police department. Reform governs behavior. You can, with policy and with training, we can say, for instance, you can't engage in pursuits. I'm going to govern your behavior. That's what reform does. Transformation is about changing your thinking. Oh, I look at this differently. I see de-escalation of force differently. The end game is getting to transformation, not just check off a box, we have a new policy. So until we show that we are culturally transformed, that's the end game. And I think I know how to lead cultural transformation. Okay, so let's move now to, we've addressed, Councilmember Thomas, I saw something that you wrote about, but I think everybody is familiar with using the 21st century, President Obama's task force came up with the 6 pillars of democratic policing, 21st century policing. It's really through the 6 pillars that you can also establish constitutional ethical policing. So I just wanted to, that's kind of the avenue by which you can.
Yeah, it was on that task force. It was on that task force. We watched it,
Yes, sir.
watched it
Obama's-
over a weekend, yeah.
President Obama's task force that rose out of Ferguson. Okay, we've addressed the crime fighting, and we've addressed some of the civilianization. I think what I have left is the community.
You know what, and,
engagement.
actually, I'm gonna take a point right now. So obviously, for those in the audience who have been following today, the intention has always been that we would do the presentations in the beginning and we would do public comment for the remainder. I think what we should do right now is take that 30-minute recess. We'll come back, have the chief finish up on the community engagement piece, and then we'll go straight to public comments because public comments are part of the community engagement. So we'll take a 30-minute recess, come back, you'll finish community engagement, and then we'll go directly into public comments.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 30-minute recess. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna get started in about 5, 6 minutes. We're giving people time to come back in and get situated. Everybody, please take your seats. Please take your seats. We're going to start in the next minute. So please take your seats. All right, we're gonna get started. I'm calling us out of recess. We left on page 26, Chief, on community engagement. So the plan is right now to go to the community engagement piece. And then after that, we will begin the public comment period after that is over. So whenever you're ready, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the last point that we were going to address is the next slide behind civilianization. I had coupled those two categories under the last grouping. So community engagement. I actually believe, and I am a traditionalist, that we have to be in partnership with our community. And so community engagement means being intentional in that relationship. First and foremost, you got to show up. You got to meet the people. One thing about being an outsider, you have to be more intentional about building relationships because you don't have them and you can't take advantage of relationships. So you actually show up more and you engage. And so with that, what I wanted to do, we already talked about expanding the community engagement through cadet programs. What I also learned in my homework with you is that you already have established COPS programs, which is your volunteer program, but not very many volunteers. And one thing that I would encourage, if we could do so, is that one of the civilianized positions to create would be an actual volunteer coordinator. I came from Spokane, where I got to eyewitness probably the most effective community-oriented policing program in this country. It wasn't even a program. It was just the fabric of how they did business. Now, Spokane is only a population of about 200,000 and a police department of about 400. They easily, and I'm not exaggerating, they easily had 300 volunteers, totally connected into the community. So you have the infrastructure, but the key to their success of having an army of volunteers was because of the volunteer coordinator, who was a little Pied Piper and everybody loved working with her. So I would like to try to, we already have community liaison officers that are effective in your communities. But one thing I would like to parlay is to create a police chief's citizen advisory council. You have individual advisory councils in your individual districts, headed up with the captain of that district and headed up with your CLO. But I want one that is just the police chief's advisory council to meet on, let's say, quarterly, and then every year have new members of the community to be on the police chief's advisory council. So let's see, with the last thing I wanted to make about the community engagement. So of course, again, as an outsider, people would say, well, how do you start building or getting engaged in the community? My response was there were community leaders on my interview panel. Councilmember Thomas was on my interview panel, but we had like Pastor Luter was on my interview panel. My point being, I started with the people on my interview panel because they were representatives across the city of leadership. And I've just started reaching out to them to meet them and to have them introduce me to other people. Let's see, I also want you to know that I do, as I said earlier, I do plan to have structured meetings with each of you one-on-one on a monthly basis, so that I'm hearing from your constituents. You are the representative of you're the voice of your people. I also have plans. I have an appointment to meet with every former police chief of New Orleans, 5 of them. And I will be meeting with each one by one. I have been going to church here locally, but I do also want to branch out. I'd like to go to some of your other religious faiths, such as if you have a mosque or a few mosque, I would like to build relationships with the imams. I would like to build relationships with your rabbis and your different community groups in the ecumenical community. And then lastly, to be engaged in the community, I'm going to the block parties, I'm going to anything basically I've been invited to. So that is the issue regarding community engagement. And I have already, and the captains who are in the room, they know this. And first of all, that was very nice of them to come. I did not ask any of the captains or chiefs to come. So they're here because they want to support NOPD. And so I'm grateful to them for being here. But one of our meetings last week where I had all the captains in the room, I did tell them that I expect them to be meeting with you one-on-one on a regular basis as well. And that will be actually it for community engagement. And it's at this point that I will turn it back to you for your community input. I do want to thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to even come before you. It's an honor, no matter what your ultimate decision would be. I would like to ask for your confirmation vote, but I will absolutely honor any decision. And thank you for the courtesy of presenting myself to you today.
Thank you, Councilman King, for you like to comment
I just
before
have,
we get to community engagement.
we continue community engagement, I have a question. You mentioned before, how successful Chief Woodfork has been, how things are going in the right direction. What is the plans for Chief Woodfork? Former interim chief, I don't want to say the wrong title, Michelle Woodfork, moving forward and inside of NOPD.
Right now, what I had asked after I met Chief Woodfork, I did ask the mayor if I would like to have Chief Woodfork in the executive team. But I wanted it to be up to her if she wanted that. We met, we had a good discussion. As I've told you, she has been extremely gracious, very much so. I like her. I can see why people are a fan of Michelle Woodfork. I am a fan of Michelle Woodfork. She even was here today. I don't know if you noticed that, just simply to be supportive. She sent me one of the nicest text messages this morning. Just, she didn't have to, and she did. I want Michelle Woodfork to be in the executive staff for as long as Michelle Woodfork would like to be there. I will tell you that she is extremely marketable and that she has a lot of opportunities, I think, ahead of her if she wants to pursue those. And so, but as long as she wants to be here, she has been nothing but gracious, and I like her.
So exactly on the executive team, can you be specific
Sure.
as to her role?
Yes.
What you like her to do?
So the executive team, my terminology for the executive team are the men and women behind me who have stars. They are the deputy superintendents of this agency. So there is only one 3-star, and that is chief deputy superintendent, which is Hans Ganthier. We, because of civil service issues and things like that, to be at the star rank, you are not civil servicely protected. All of them are civil service protected at the rank of captain. So they are appointments up. So Michelle Woodfork is at the deputy chief level because we have a 3-star, and I did not want to disrupt anybody in rank. I did not want to roll back any ranks.
So it should be a 2. I'm not up on the stars in the rank. Would she be a 2-star or a 3-star?
Yes, sir. There's only one 3-star,
Right.
and the others are 2-star, and Michelle Woodfork is a 2-star.
So why couldn't she be a 3-star if you have multiple 2-stars? I'm not trying to be
Sure.
difficult. I really don't know the ranking process. If you have multiple 2-stars, can you not have multiple 3-stars?
The structure of the department as I inherited is one 3-star. And that is, so I was able to put her into the 2-star category. And I think there were some agreements that were made with civil service and all that kind of stuff that I was not a part of.
Well, maybe it's maybe a question, but here's my issue. If someone has done such a good job in 10 months, crime goes down, all the stats, we all know them. For them to be knocked down like 2 levels, it's a slap in the face.
Right.
And
Right.
I think moving forward, she needs to be around, I'm only speaking for myself, she needs to be involved in NOPD. It'd be a huge asset we'll lose, just my opinion, if she is knocked down to a two levels. That's a bit of an insult. So is it possible for her to be a 3-star and still have, you know, the credentials that she has? It not all, kind of losing my train of thought, but is it possible for her to be a 3-star, basically? What I'm asking.
Mr. President, Councilmember King, I wanted to stay silent the amount of the meeting, but asked Chief Kirkpatrick if I could explain some of this, because it has some technical nuance to it, and she referenced a little bit through the civil service. So you all probably have heard and know that there are limited amounts of unclassified quote unquote appointees allowable for each specific agency. NOPD did go through a process to request, with the blessing of the council, newly created positions that are at the appointee level. Hans being one of those particular appointees, as well as some others, deputy chief of staff and a couple of other COO roles. So when Michelle was not selected, there was not an appointee role. So that would have forced her to go back to her position as captain. We did not want that to occur. The only way that we were able to, in the short interim amount of time, allow for her to have at least even a 3-star role is to double fill a position with civil services permission to allow for that position to be held by Michelle. So that is only for a 6-month basis. So what we're planning on doing in the 6-month basis, along of course with Chief Kirkpatrick, the mayor, and everyone else involved, is to determine what is the best fit for Michelle and then go for a permanent solution. So one way or the other, 6 months, we have to either make a request to the council, to the civil service, and ultimately the council for an additional appointed position, or in other cases, create a new position somewhere else within the agency. There's some very required steps that we have to take technically to even allow for this position to occur, because there is not existing position for her right now. So that is the short answer of the placement of her for this temporary position. And then we hope in the next 6 months, we have a final position for that.
Sure. Well, it seems, I don't want to belabor this. This is my last point. It seems that at times we tend to do what we want to do when we want to do it. And let's not use not saying you, but let's not let red tape be an excuse. I think it's appropriate that, and again, I'm speaking for myself, I'm gonna be very clear that Michelle Woodford is retained at least a 3-star with NOPD. And I'm gonna say this with her current salary, because I know how the salary that goes up and down. She gets knocked down, her salary gets reduced. I think that's only right.
Sure, and let me just address that.
I don't want to cut you. I'm not.
Okay, I was just going to clarify something.
Because it's. Go ahead. You go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, just because I agree with you. Sometimes we can get creative and figure things out, and I don't disagree. Sometimes that is absolutely the case. What made it different in NOPD is if any employee is going to oversee sworn officers, they had to absolutely be in that department. So often what we'll do is we'll use an unclassified from other agencies and share that dynamic. But what makes it very specific in NOPD is if the supervision of sworn officers requires a certain level of approval through that civil service agency. So that's why we can't get too creative for this particular issue without going through the proper steps.
Let's go through the proper steps and get creative. But I think she deserves to be a 3-star at her current salary as interim chief. She's been on the force for 30+ years. I know it's not about her right now, it's about Chief Kirkpatrick. But right is right and wrong is wrong. At least in my eyes, I believe she deserves a 3-star at her current salary because she's done everything that, well, under her leadership, everything that we wanted in a police chief has occurred. And I think with her being on board, she would be a great asset to not only to the city, but to interim Chief Kirkpatrick as well. And if Chief Kirkpatrick succeeds, if appointed, then we all succeed. So we want to give her every tool that she can that we can, so she can succeed. That's my comments.
Okay, Councilman Druso.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just want to say this simply as I can. The bottom line is, I'll wait till y'all are done. No, it's all right. I just want, I mean, if you all need to talk, that's fine. I get it. Okay. So the bottom line is Michelle will be a deputy chief for as long as she wants to be a deputy chief.
Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Jeruso, the opportunity, what I'm hearing is yes, we need to figure out the technical path and the vehicle to make sure that's permanent, because right now it's not permanent.
I get it. I think, I know that I don't necessarily speak for all of us, but I think maybe I can say it maybe a little bit differently. Councilmember King, is whatever we need to do to help facilitate it with civil service and get the necessary documents filed to and get them to us so we can put it in good working order. I think the thing that affects me the most is we ask somebody who is a captain to become the interim chief. Then we say you're not ultimately getting the job. And now I don't want to see her get demoted back to captain again. And so to me, if we've made a commitment to somebody that, as the chief has said, is extremely marketable, that we want to keep them extremely marketable.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Thomas, you're out of order.
Oh.
People who are.
I'm not out of order yet. I was about to be, but I'm not now.
I would prefer not to have.
I'm not now.
Okay. Next
I
up,
was
we have,
about to be out of order.
next up, we have Councilmember Moreno and then Mr. Thomas, who would like to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. In talking with other council members, I think Mr. Montano, we'd like to move forward, and the council can do it on its own, to move forward with creating that second position for a 3-star chief deputy. I think that, there is certainly consensus for wanting Chief Woodfork to be in one of those the number 2 slot. I think that you two can learn a lot from each other, Ms. Kirkpatrick, as you've said. There's been a lot of conversations this morning talking about the importance of understanding New Orleans and the culture. No one can teach you better than Michelle Woodfork, in my opinion. There's been a lot of conversations about working with the council. Chief Woodfork, during her very short term, was able to come up with a lot of different collaborations with the council. There was one point, although the chief got too busy, where we were even working on trying to do this whole girls leadership initiative. And myself and Councilmember Harris took it on, but the chief was like at the forefront in the very beginning, understanding that we needed to have more opportunities for our young girls, not just our young boys, but our young girls as well. So her commitment to the kids in the city is also something that was so impressive. So once again, I think it's imperative that we start now. 6 months is a very short period of time. Sometimes things move slowly through City Hall and through civil service, but we'd like to move forward with creating that second 3-star chief deputy position. Thank you.
Councilman Thomas.
Well, I thought we were going through a confirmation or not confirmation process. What I'm hearing is already that there's a concession or some deals that have been made already, because when you and I had met, I'd asked you that question, what kind of relationship would we have if I voted against you? Because I had concerns with the fit. And you told me you thought I might be the only one. And so it's interesting how the conversation has shifted about a secondary position, because my intention and what I thought was that former Chief Woodfork should be in your position right now, where we would be going through this confirmation or not process. That's what I thought. And I was willing to go through this process to see if my mind could be changed, if something else could happen, or if we would go back to the drawing board already. So maybe I'm the only one who wasn't in on the play. And I understand that. So this is an interesting shift in conversation to me, because we've not finished the confirmation process yet.
I have a quick comment. I certainly appreciate that perspective, but I think it's very evident from the conversation you saw up here today that there has been a tremendous amount of support for Chief Woodfork. What I would highlight to you is that the selection panel, when it sent its final 3 or 4 candidates up, sent all 3 up, and that panel put an asterisk next to Chief Woodfork and said that she needed further training and further opportunity. I think it's not appropriate to question the integrity of Councilmember King.
Oh, no, 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 no,
I'll let you speak.
no, speak order.
You're out of order.
Because I was on the selection panel and we've tried to keep that process. There were members of the selection panel who didn't agree with that.
Well,
So now you can continue.
here's the issue. That is a choice members of the selection panel made. I wouldn't know because the only council member.
You're resigning.
Council.
Your election panel.
I was not.
You're on the council.
You just proved my point.
You're on the council.
Was not,
Council.
I was not on the selection panel, nor was any other council member on that selection panel. We're dealing with what we have before us today. There is tremendous support for Michelle Woodford. The panel put her recommendation up with an asterisk. I think when you look at what Mr. King is saying today, is that we have an opportunity. This mayor has put up Ms. Kirkpatrick to be the next chief. The next mayor will also have an opportunity to pick another chief. If the panel's concern was that Michelle Woodfork was on the cusp, but needed a little more executive experience, I think what Mr. King is proposing is, if that's the case and Chief Woodfork wants to stay to get that executive experience, or as you said, she is more than qualified. She probably already has offers from other departments. We don't know. At the very least, I think what Mr. King was saying, I don't want to speak for him, is she is entitled that if she wants to stay and that this council can facilitate in real time as we're talking to try and work to get a 3-star position for 4, that is what we're doing in real time. But I'm sorry, I'm not going to stand up here and let conspiracy theories get spun in real time.
Point of personal privilege.
No, I'm not even for point of personal privilege. And you know what?
You're the king of conspiracies.
You,
Everybody that ever comes to this council, you conspire. You're the king of conspiracy.
you are out of order.
And your conduct is usually out of order the way you.
Well, I'm on a radio station that go on nationwide and still gets married.
People and the way you deal with people.
The way I demean people, you already know it. So anyway, so ladies and gentlemen,
Let me just clarify what my comments are, please.
Councilmember King, my comments had nothing to do with
I know,
you.
I know.
So that's it. That's subterfuge, man.
All I'm saying is,
You picked the right one, young man. Anytime, anytime. Now,
let's get back on.
anytime.
I'm sorry, I wasn't raised that way. I would solve my problems, the legal way up here.
You resolve your problems picking on people, bullying people, disrespecting people. That's what you've done since you've been here.
Mr. King, you're recognized.
All I was suggesting is, that we, if this panel confirms Chief Kirkpatrick, that Chief Woodfork remains at a high ranking salary. Her current salary, I believe, was like 188, and she is not demoted 2 spots to a 2-star officer, that she gets 3 stars if she chooses. Now, if that's not something that she wants to do, that's fine, but I want to make it clear, and I'm sure you'll say it's moving forward. A vote for or against Chief Kirkpatrick is not automatically a vote for Chief Woodfork. So if Chief Kirkpatrick is not confirmed, then there is no guarantee, there's no promise that the next person will be, the next person selected will be Chief Woodfork.
I understand that.
I just want Chief Woodfork, whoever the chief is, if it's not her, to be protected at her salary of 188 with nothing less than 3 stars.
I don't have a
Thank
problem
you.
with that.
Thank you, Mr. King. I appreciate those comments. Next, we'll go to community comments. We have these in the order in which they were clocked in. So I'm gonna try to keep everybody in order. Hopefully the people who came for the first half are here for the second half. But when I read your name, I'm gonna try and give people the appropriate amount of time to come in the room if they're not in the room. Everyone will be given 3 minutes. It will be equal. Everybody gets the same 3 minutes. As y'all know, if you've been to previous council meetings, you cannot yield time, you cannot give time. Be sure when you come up to say 3 things. First, your name and your address. And second, and most importantly, whether or not you're a paid actor. That's something the council has. That's a holdover back from the Entergy astroturfing scandal. So if you, I don't anticipate there'll be many paid actors, but if you are, please disclose if you're a paid actor. Mr. Johnson, you're first. W.C. Johnson. After him, we have Chewy.
Good afternoon, council. The legal definition of, W.C. Johnson from Community United for Change. The legal definition of justice is the completion of a process. To complete a process, you cannot begin that process in the middle or at the end of the process. You must begin justice from the start. Councilman Thomas, you was on the council when Big Chief Tootie Montana stood in this very spot, was fighting for we the people and died.
I called that meeting.
An interesting sidebar is we the people was never for we the people. We the people was hijacked by wealthy rich land barons who became landlords to we the people. These rich landlords claimed a constitution from which governs the entire we the people of America. A very close friend of mine and mentor, Andy Washington, created a process that ensured justice for we the people. Now, Community United for Change and the New Orleans United Front has given each and every one of you a copy of our position. That position clearly states that Ann Kilpatrick is not ready to take command of the NOPD. And according to people from Oakland and other places that she was in command, said she wasn't ready then. Now, the Black officers of Oakland had many problems with this woman. And now we're bringing her into a 60+% Black city. And we're going to have these and other problems with her. Now, we've laid the foundation for this council to reject her and start this process over again with the community at the outset, not in the rear end of this process. So with that, I encourage you as council people that the people of New Orleans gave you the power to look over the decisions the mayor makes, to take that in consideration and make the choice to not confirm Ann Kilpatrick. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next up, we have Mr. Chewy. Thank you, Mr. Chewy. After Mr. Chewy, we have Pastor George Green.
Yeah, come on, sit down, on this side. As always, I'm here representing 3 groups. One on this neighborhood unity, other one is MERS, mobilization, and racism. Racism in government and everywhere. Remember that day, I always come, and then the POCC President Congressman. Again, Brother West said clearly, this woman's not qualified. And Kirkpatrick, she's not qualified again. The mayor or woman got rid of her in Oakland. The police department commissioner supported that. Civil rights attorney also joined in support getting rid of her. The police monitor also supposed getting rid of her. Y'all got copies of, we gave you copies of everything, that we had, man. Again, the mayor, Victoria Contreras, this is a great disgrace for her to bring this one here. In New Orleans, of the dominant Black community that has been terrorized by the NOPD, the biggest gang, the biggest street gang here in New Orleans. That's right. I mean, right now I got 7 complaints against them. 7 complaints, For over 3-4 years, and they haven't really any sense to address none of you. So again, we definitely like, for you all to take serious, because again, when she's in control right now. We know exactly what's gonna happen. We know sooner or later they're gonna be bringing in a lot of white racists, notorious, that have been notorious in other areas of America, and they're gonna come in. They're gonna in a sense pack the NOPD, and a lot of the Black officers, they're gonna be history. They're gonna remember, and I hope y'all remember. Just remember our presentation in reference to our concern. As we always said, we come here, we're always talking about Black communities. With them people, the original victims. That's right. That's what we talking about. We ain't talking about nobody else. We can't talk about nobody else. Not without talking about them. Ain't nobody can speak for us but us. Nobody.
Next up, we have Pastor George Green, followed by Pastor Jacques Williams. Are they present? Okay. Pastor George Green of House of Healing at 2912 Conti Street said he is in support and wants to bring our city and its leader together. Pastor Jacques Williams of Crossing Jordan Christian at 2912 Conti Street. His remarks were, we need to ensure our city becomes unified in support. Next up, we have same thing, Pastor Robert Brown and Jacques Williams. Once again, not here. Next up, we have Mr. Mahdi. And after Mr. Mahdi, we have Ms. Ford.
George Mahdi, Neighborhood Unity Merge, Flint Apartments. We have some serious issues here. We don't have a crime problem, we have a political problem. We have, this is something that we have to look at from the beginning. And historically, we have to look at the roots of problems of crime dealing with poverty, opportunity, class, and racism. All these form the mix that keep the city static, petrified, and not going anywhere. And it doesn't matter how many police you put out here on the street. You could put 1,000, you're not going to change the crime problem, because you have to solve these issues at the beginning. We've seen surges of crime historically from decade to decade. The national crime trends determine the effectiveness of the police department. This is about politics and power, the racist powers that be. I'm talking about the real estate interests, the gentrification interests. These are the people that just want to pick someone that's going to, do their bidding and get rid of that consent decree. And we're back at square one, because this is, there's a reason why you're under the consent decree in the first place. Unconstitutional police. Poor people don't make the laws, but we're the ones that be going to jail. So when you want to talk about being tough on crime, you need to put the same efforts in on education and eliminating the prison, the school to prison pipeline. You need to get these kids into vocational programs and opportunities for them and recreation. Kids don't, you still ain't moved on Lincoln Beach. How many times we got to come here and talk about that? Hey, You know, these are the things that happen at the cradle when these kids are young. And, you know, most of them are victims of crime. You know, the victim of the system, because that's your fault. It's not their fault. You can't jail your way out of this. So what are we talking about here? What we're putting on the table to address in terms of eliminating the root causes of crime. You know, as from Chief Kirkpatrick, she had issues in Oakland. She had issues with unconstitutional policing, the consent decree, the black community. So here we go again. Are we going to go through the same mess? Because it's happening nationally as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mahdi. Next up, we have Ms. Ford, and after Ms. Ford, we have Mr. Larry Morgan. Please also, I know you know this, Ms. Ford, just make sure you say your name, leave me your name and your address, and
Okay.
obviously you're not a paid actor, but just please say those things for the record.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Kim Ford. I'm at 939 Renee Street in the lower 9th Ward, Council Member Thomas's district. And first, I want to say that to come to finally be at this point before I can even hear the sound of her voice and be able to hear what she brings to the table. And it's just not personal. It's just that we happen to live in a community where transparency and inclusivity has evaded us. It has evaded the citizens of this community. But I'm also going to give you some perspective in that of the 7 council members who you see before you, 5 of them are brand new. 5 of them are brand new to their positions here. 5 of them, because the citizens of New Orleans demanding transparency and inclusivity. So we didn't want the same thing. We wanted something new as a whole across the community. We wanted something new. So that's how we got our makeup that we have here. And I'm gonna go a step further and say that I find this council to be a lot better than what we have put up with in the aftermath of Katrina up to this point. So I give all of you that. And I don't like to see you guys bickering amongst each other, because you are the most powerful voice that we have, because it's because of you that we even here today. It's because of you that we were able to get that ordinance passed so that we could have some voice, because Mayor Cantrell does not have a good record in who she's appointing to key positions in our city leadership. Okay, and that's the record of where we're coming from. So that's why this is so adversarial this today, that and you have sat back as well and allowed yourself to be not a part of this community, to be above this community. And that's not good for me as a citizen coming in here after all that we have been through with NOPD. You know what? The citizens fought for a consent decree. We fought for us. We had police officers that were bullying and killing citizens. They were killing citizens. We had police officers killing other police officers. You understand what I'm saying? Young police officers. So no, this is if you don't, and I know you didn't know that history, did you? Did you know that history? How we came to get that consent decree? Did you look at that? What we went through in the aftermath of Katrina, we had to fight for a consent decree. So you coming in here today and talking to us about how you want to get rid of it, miss me with that. Miss me with that. You come in here today and you talk about how you gonna be compliant to the consent decree. That's what I need to hear you saying. And I didn't hear any of that today. And it concerns me. And then closing, I know my time is up, but I'm gonna say this one more thing. That this council, you can vote how you wanna vote. But if you vote and elect this person to our city leadership of NOPD, that's not what we elected you for. That's not what we voted. That's not what we voted to come here and have a voice for in the aftermath of everything. No, we wanna be informed from day one. Include us. And you don't include members of this community who don't even speak to us to sit on the table at the table to vote. I didn't even know Oliver was on that committee. You understand? And I'm in his district. So no, this is not how it can happen, and it's got to start over again.
Mr. Morgan, and after Mr. Morgan, we have Tony Duplicien Jones. After Mr. Morgan.
My name is Larry Morgan. I stay at the residence 8312 Oleander. I like to thank the Holy Spirit and Almighty God for making me present today and give me wisdom and knowledge that must be addressed before this council. And the fact is that Cottrell sent you here to destroy us. The reason is that she believed in the dissent decree. The dissent decree, if it is abolished, it will destroy Black people, send them to jail, innocent, kill them in cold blood, and it will also break up many of Black people in the city. I say to you, you are the demon that will come into the city and try to do her evil will. And you also shouldn't even be in this council chamber today, because the reason why I make this statement, you wouldn't even hire any Black in California that was qualified, and yet you got the damn nerve to be present in my city and talk about you want a government over us, and when you're racist and prejudiced yourself, when you denied the qualified Black people an open position. And it's sad, and I look at you and know where you're from. You're from Tennessee. You probably came up calling us niggas, and you probably prosecuted a lot of innocent Black people for nothing, sent them to jail, and you probably murdered them. No, I said, no, get the hell on out of my city. Come on.
All right.
Come on.
All right. Tony Duplicien Jones. And after Tony Duplicien Jones, we have Jasmine Groves after Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones.
My name is Tony Duplicien Jones. I live at 2111 Dumaine Street. In the Treme, I use she, her pronouns. I'm here representing the New Orleans for Community Oversight of Police. So when around the turn of the year, I saw in the ballot that we had a chance to change how we did things in New Orleans around appointments, that we were giving it up to the voters to give the city council the power to confirm or not confirm NOPD superintendents. And I thought that was going to give us an opportunity to have some public input in these processes of appointments, instead of having this dictatorship of a one mayor system where there's no oversight of the police. But I'm disappointed to come here today and to find the city council president saying that y'all are uninterested in hearing about anything else other than whether or not this person is professionally qualified. That is not the number one issue to begin with. The number one issue to begin with is this someone that the community wants and that is meeting the community needs? And how do y'all know whether or not that's the case when since December, and y'all know this very well because the city council president wrote a letter complaining to the Association of Chiefs of Police, complaining about the lack of transparency in the selection process. From December, we've gotten no presentation on how the selection process happened. We got no presentation on why people were eliminated or why people were selected. There's no transparency. So we were coming up here today, we have very limited information because no one has really made any effort to get some public input and to put people's voice on in the selection process. So how can we even begin to start talking about, we have this option or take it or leave it, when we had no say in putting this person in front of us here right now. And I'm really disappointed to see that the city council has no political will to call that into challenge here today. there was no challenge to the fact that we had 33 candidates and someone's put in front of us without any public comment. Or presentation at all. I see that the mayor got her opportunity to put forward her political will. She put forward an interim superintendent that was willing to cover for her and Officer Vappy, even though that's now put the city deeply in contempt of the consent decree to where the federal judge is going to hold us in contempt. I see that, and then now she's put in another interim that's continuing to cover for her and her corruption with Officer Vappy. I'm seeing that the city council is willing to make deals and to cover for themselves and to give, y'all selves some ability to have y'all input, but not at one point did y'all stop and say, I'll be giving some power to the people so that we could have our input and our say in what's happening with the election process.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Appreciate you being here today.
But that's why New Orleans Community Oversight Police is also here advocating that we need a civilian police accountability council. We need civilian review that's able to have a say-so in these issues of appointments, of police budgets, of policy, and everything about discipline as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine Groves and then Abigail Ludwig.
How you doing? My name is Jasmine Groves. I reside at 2321 Delaware Street. It got many things we can come and talk about, Kirkpatrick. I hear you not for the dissent decree. 29 years later, you know how many times I have been up here for reform, dissent decree. I've been here with Mary Howard. We have fought for the dissent decree. But without the dissent decree, that's why Friday, October 13th, make 29 years, Lynn Davis had my mama Kim Groves killed while working for the NOPD. Because we didn't have nobody to represent us, because that's what the dissent decree do. And if it's nothing that no one wants to do wrongfully, what is wrong with having oversight saying, hey, if you do wrong, you have consequences. So who really represent the people? Are y'all really for us? Because it said once on the police car to protect and serve, but yet no one's still here to protect us. And when the little thing we have, the dissent decree, you want to take it away? I'm a member of NOCOP. I'm a member of Family Overcoming Injustice under the Independent Police Monitor. And I also have my own organization, Attack, all together against corruption. This city so much hurt the finger. No, it was NOPD who killed Kim Groves. Oh no, it was this one, that one. No, it was everyone who let it happen. Everyone who didn't say nothing. And once, what happened to Epic? Who's gonna blow the whistle? Nah, it's cold blue. So as a community, we have to stand together. We have to, because law enforcement do. And it's a smack in the face to be 29 years later. And I can say, you had your head down the whole time. So is this really, it's kind of a waste of time. Because y'all already have in play what you want to do, always. She's gonna be there. Woodford, you still gonna have her part. But the citizens can't even, we have to sit here and try to be a part to have a comment when we should be sitting there. We have too many organizations. So do our voice really matter? Or you gonna cut me off and say it's time? Everyone have time. Yes, everyone is responsible for Kim Groves. Because see, I have to say, no birthday on the 12th. You plan a funeral, 12-year-old girl. And we question what we should have in play. We all are human. We one under God's sight. It shouldn't be who this, that, and who get the authority to say when and what. Because if we know that we won, we'll treat each other with some major respect, some major compassion. Because guess what? Whether it's your people or their people, I don't want nobody standing in this position again, because I don't know how to celebrate a birthday. I do a memorial to make it feel good because I have kids. And I gotta fix that face. I have people who look up to me. I have nephews, I have nieces. But they call Groves, and they're abused by the police. I didn't want to be here. I would have liked my mama to be here. And I wouldn't be in your way. but I'm here to stay. I promise you that.
Abigail Ludwig, and after that, we have Claude Schlesinger. Abigail Ludwig. And after Ludwig, we have Claude Schlesinger. He's waving, okay.
My name is Abby Lodwig. I live at 3223 Bank Street. I'm a member of New Orleans for Community Oversight of the Police. We're here today to demand that no appointment can be made without full transparency on why the process happened the way that it did. There was 33 candidates and it was narrowed down to, I think it was 6 over the course of around 3 days. And there was absolutely no communication or democracy in that. The people of New Orleans deserve democracy and we demand democracy. There will be no confirmation. We will not accept a confirmation that does not have a strong commitment to not getting rid of the consent decree and a commitment to a civilian police accountability council with real oversight over the police. We demand a real seat at the table. You guys don't know what we need, and we don't trust you to know what's best for the people of New Orleans. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have, I'm gonna mispronounce this first name. It's Shia. Thank you, Shia Guy. I appreciate you sparing me the butcher.
I got you. Hi, my name is Tashia Guy. I live at 14040 Kingswood Drive in New Orleans, Louisiana. That's New Orleans East. I'm representing Step Foundation, which is my nonprofit organization that works solely with the youth. My question is to you, Ms. Kirkpatrick. As a woman who listens to the cries of the youth, what is your plan to actually help the youth in this community? We have a ton of young ladies and young men that go without and that are homeless. In New Orleans East, we have a ton of blighted properties that could be used for housing quarters for these youth. What is your plan to actually stop and slow the spread of crime in our community? My cry isn't for them to do it. I'm asking you, because at the end of the day, you're the person that makes the final decision on if they're getting charged, or, well, not you solely, but you put that, you're in that bracket with them. So I really want to know, what is your plan for our youth? They've done their part. I really want to know from Ms. Kirkpatrick. I know you can't answer me now, but in due time, I would like to know that if you're appointed by this council, I want to know what is your true plan for our babies, because they are the ones that's committing the crime. They're the ones that's doing it. And you have to know that. Your boots need to be on the ground in the communities. If you're saying you're going to reach out to community leaders, I'm one. I fight for our youth on a day-to-day basis. I fight against hunger. I fight against poverty with them not having jobs. I fight against the business owners that don't want to hire them. I'm asking you in agreement. I want to stand with you, not against you. I'm not here to tear you down. I'm not saying no against you, but I really want to know what your plan is. Because as with Ms. Woodfork, I knew what her plan was. When it came to the youth, I would like to know yours. Today, I've not heard it. All I've heard is we're going to bring in more retention for the police department. We're going to bring in more supplies for NOPD, but NOPD is not the problem. The youth in this community is the problem. They are the key to making this city better. That's my only question. And I wish you luck.
Anyone else? Would you like to respond?
I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And so I am someone who would like to try to not have our youth go into the system, and that there be alternative routings. And that's what the LEAD program and things are like as well. I do want to meet you later and have that opportunity to get your name and so forth for follow-up. But thank you for bringing it to my attention. And my heart is for the youth. It is the future.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. And after Mr. Parker, we have Miss Alicia Plummer.
Anyone else? What is our plan for the? You dodging the dance and y'all just letting her dance. That's all she doing.
Good afternoon. Edward Parker, 7802 Henley, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70126. Today shows what happens when the community is not allowed to be part of government. This selection of police chief is flawed. Council, do the right thing and reject this selection. We have the three-headed monster, I call it. We've been given from the mayor, the business community, and the police unions, basically panel and FOB, with an assist from the International Chiefs of Police. What we've been given today is the hired gun. The hired gun happens to be Chief or Miss Kilpatrick. She said she came from Memphis. Look at that Memphis, look at Memphis now, that police department.
That's right.
Chicago, look at that police department. Look at Spokane, Washington. And don't talk about Oakland. When she came, Oakland had a problem with the consent decree. And look where it is now. So you're gonna bring this to us? No, we don't need that. What we need is a complete rejection of what we're seeing now. Start this process over and have us, the community, be a part of what is gonna happen in this police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Plummer, and after Ms. Plummer, we have Mike Howell. Mike Howell after Ms. Plummer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be all over the place because a lot of stuff came up and I want to address. Oh, Alicia Plummer, born in Holly Grove, raised in Upper Nine, and been in New Orleans East since 1979. P.O. Box 872784, New Orleans, Louisiana. That's the way to catch me. I want to say to this council, I love this council. The reason why I love this council is because you all are independent. And I'm not going to even make the remark about y'all fighting and get along. That's what children, that's what siblings do. But you all are independent. You all are not the go along and get along council from last term with under Mitch Landry. So I like that. To Councilman Green, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna need y'all backup because I might get in trouble because I'm not running for anything, but a lot of you all know what I'm running to do in New Orleans East. Councilman, you know for sure. And I don't want my words to come back and haunt me. You also know too, Councilman Morrell, what I'm trying to do in New Orleans East. I don't want it to come back and hit us. But Councilman King, you asked me how I felt, and I appreciate that. You asked me at the Fatherhood Roundtable breakfast what I thought about the process, what I thought about the result. And I said, what I don't like is when they said that Chief Woodfall does not have the leadership. She does not have the certifications as a leader, yet she brought the crime down. And my answer to you was, well, send her to get the training that she needs. Send her while she's in office in that position because she's already performed. Now, when they're talking about demoting her with the 2 stars, my mouth fell open. The reason why my mouth fell open was it reminded me of Police Chief Murphy Paul. He was lieutenant lieutenant colonel at the state troopers. Well, when Edmondson had to leave, what did John Bel Edwards do? He took a captain under him and put him on top. And I was so happy that he was chosen to go to the police chief for Baton Rouge. Now, since we have this opening, maybe you all need to go after Chief Murphy Paul because he didn't play. And I feel if anybody who thinks that they can't follow the consent decree, we don't need them on our police force.
That's right.
We don't need them on our police force. And lastly, when I said they can't give her 3 stars, they could do whatever they want to do, sir. I was a nurse with the health department. The poorest, lowest paying nurses in the city. And we got tired of it. I worked in a well baby clinic. Some of you all may know about the well baby clinics. And we got tired of the low pay. The kicker was when, Councilman, you were here then when we went on a break, when we went down from 35 hours a week to 28 hours. We qualified for food stamps with the 35 hours. And we said enough. We went on strike. We shut down those well baby clinics. Mayor Bartholomew said he couldn't do anything for us because we knew they had the positions, but they didn't have the job descriptions. I volunteered to write those job descriptions so that we can get bumped up in the system. So whatever's not available to bump up people, make it happen, because I think it's a disgrace if you all continue with this process and have Chief Woodfork to be a 2-star and somebody who she supervised becomes her supervisor. That's crazy. And I stand up to support her because her dad, every time I would see him, he was one of my staunchest supporters. And I said to him, I'm not running for anything, but y'all know what I'm running for New Orleans East. But y'all need to stand up and do right for the citizens of this city.
Thank you. Next up, I have Mr. Howell, and after Mr. Howell, I have Reverend Marie Ortiz.
Okay, Mike Howells, 1031 Barrack Street. And I am not a paid speaker. The rich would not pay me to speak for them. I can tell you that. I am a street entertainer coming to you straight from Bourbon Street. All right. And why am I bringing up this street entertainment stuff? Well, we had the NOPD along with some goons from the ATF coming out on the street trying to enforce a non-existent licensing law on street entertainers and street vendors. And anyone here who's familiar with me knows we have, I was part of 4 federal lawsuits that established the right of tarot readers as recognized First Amendment right. Okay, but that's another story. That applies to the musicians and the other street entertainers. But in addition, what gets my goat here is, first of all, these ATF idiots don't know what they're doing on that street. Secondly, why is the NOPD allowing them to come with them on the streets enforcing non-existent laws? I mean, the NOPD understands this. So anyways, what does all this get to? Well, obviously there's more that needs to be discussed before we have a vote on who's the next police chief. I mean, it's just outrageous. A week ago, this happened. And there needs to be some ducks put in a row before this vote. And as some of you know, I've been here forever. I'm a Katrina survivor. I did not leave when there was the evacuation order, okay? And I feel very, very strong about this city, okay? But I think that we need to have additional hearings. We need to start the process over, like this gentleman said, so people can have some sort of input, because it's clear, just from what I'm seeing from Bourbon Street,
There's a real disconnect. All right. And I think there needs to be more discussion about who serves as the chief of police before a decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Ortiz. Reverend Ortiz, and after Reverend Ortiz, we have Cassandra Shepard.
Thank you very kindly. I'm Pastor Maria Ortiz, 720 General Taylor Street. And I would like to say before I start anything else, Sister Harris, you got a young man in your office named Matthew. His name should be Workman. That man can get some stuff done. And I give him the thanks. I would like to just say that I thank you all for having me here. The first thing I wanted to bring up was after Katrina, y'all know I don't flood where I live and I stayed in the city. 5 little black male loops was put in a car and burned up by police officers. One of the men was married to a girl who's an anchor now on a TV channel, and he got away with it. Those 5 babies burned up in that car in the lower 9. I allege that the views expressed by me come from the Holy Spirit and not me, so I'm protected because I own property. And then I would like to say that I don't hate this lady. I don't know her, but I don't think that she should be in that position. What is wrong with one of our cops doing it? What is wrong with the school systems we have here? What, we're going to send our children to school and then you're going to just keep picking people out of town to come in here and go over their heads? Well, we will never benefit like that. We need some new leadership about that. I want to say that this thing is daunting to me. Martin Luther King's blood was shed in Memphis, Tennessee. And I don't want no Memphis, Tennessee people being our police chief. I'm not saying, I don't know what, but I'm saying is I don't want nothing from Memphis. You leave me alone. I'm a civil rights activist. That blood is still floating in the air. And I want to say that the police that I speak to all over the city, because I did my little running, I lost weight doing all that running, and talking to different people, they want a chief from here. They want a New Orleanian. Nobody else. This is going to bring us down. Our spirits are going to leave us. And we don't want that. Black and white. Money, I believe in that dream I had that some money was passed down. I ain't going no further. Some money was passed down for this. Somebody got paid very well. And I want to also say that I had a vision because I am a prophet and I'm going to say it. The Lord told me to get up. Don't you go to that council chamber. You haven't been going. He said, if Ms. Kirkpatrick get that seat, there's going to be a disaster here. Yeah. Now, people prophesied on other disasters before they happen. I don't know if it's water. Hallelujah, Jesus. I don't know if it's fire. I don't know what it is. Or it's a race riot. I'm telling you all that the Holy Spirit do not want me. She could get something somewhere else, but not here. God's gonna frown down on us. He woke me up and told me that. And he said, you better say it and don't be ashamed to say it. He said, because I'm telling you, say, and Fred, you know how you with the Lord. You better watch out there, boy.
Thank you.
And I want to just tell y'all that I love you, but I have to do what God says the Lord.
Thank you, Pastor Ortiz. Next up, we have Cassandra Shepard. And after Ms. Shepard, we have Deidre Lewis.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Cassandra Shepard. I'm Dr. Shepard. I'm at 7060 Reed Lane. I'm not a paid actor. Okay, so I'm coming here to say that Ann Kirkpatrick should not be confirmed as the interim chief of police. She has proven that she cannot navigate a city out of a consent decree. She, in fact, admitted that she made the decree worse, and she has been sued. She has sued her previous city for $1.5 million. Furthermore, the public and the police are strongly opposed to her filling this position. Her term would be so short that she would be rendered unable to implement long-term change. Any change that she implements, we would not be able to adequately assessed before it's time for her to get out of the position. She said several times that she would bring in outsiders, which sounds pretty costly. And it could also bring in other people from other police programs who have not been thoroughly vetted. And as people have explained, we have a problem with racism and policing in the city in general. She is interrupting the reform efforts that Interim Chief Michelle Woodford has already done. She has reduced the murder rate by 24%, which is twice the national average. I've heard people say here that just because we don't confirm Kirkpatrick does not mean that Woodford gets the position. However, what people are saying is that they are still opposed to Kirkpatrick getting this position. I say that we should not change leadership in the middle of the reduction of crime that we've already seen and chance the lives of people and children. So this isn't just about political games, but about the fact that this is people's lives that are gonna have to live with any crime increase that happens by us changing leadership at this time. I say that this move is playing with people's lives and is putting residents at risk for someone who barely knows the city, cannot fulfill a consent decree, can't spell Chapatulas, and doesn't even know where her shoes go. Okay, do not play political games. Do not confirm Ann Kirkpatrick for interim chief. It will cost the city dearly in terms of money, time, and people's lives. Thank you.
Next up, we have Deidre Lewis. And after Ms. Lewis, we have Jay Arena. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, council. But candidate, nominee, whatever it is, Ann Kirkpatrick is not right for this job. We already have a police chief who's low at the crime rate, doing a good job, very quietly keeping her head down, putting all the ducks in a row, putting people where they belong because she's been there the better part of 30 years. I don't know how 30 years is different for her than it is for this lady, but somehow the mayor, who has been co-opted, somehow thinks that she's better. This lady was recruited by whom and why? That's my biggest major problem. Recruited by whom and why? You see, this is wrong. You all know it's wrong. And when I heard someone say, whoever the mayor picked, I'm not gonna go along with it. I thought that was stupid because you don't know who she was gonna pick. Woodford is doing a great job. She comes from a long line of policemen and policing. She knows how to do her job. I'm so disappointed in Cantrell for this. This is awful. I don't want us from under the consent decree. The consent decree stops us from getting an Adolph Archie and the Adolph Grimes, or SIP brothers and all of that. See, I'm old enough to remember the difference between Adolph Archie and Adolph Grimes. I don't want us to be like Jefferson Parish, okay? Where they're giving up your constitutional rights to be safe. Really? Who's safe when you can just kill with impunity? I want Michelle Woodford back doing what she was doing. And as usual, like I always say, white supremacy cannot exist without Black cooperation. I don't know why this lady was picked, but she's a pawn. She don't know she's a pawn. She's going to be a well-paid pawn, but a pawn nonetheless. Let the person who is doing the job keep the job and continue forth. She's been here long enough. She's not going to have enough time and patience to put in things that need to be put in. Michelle knows how this craver train is. And what happens is, right after we come in and get this little short-term appointment to clean it up and do it right, then y'all put somebody right in and they're gonna get all the credit. That's not right. Pay Michelle a $250 or $350, whatever it is, because she's doing that kind of work. Thank you, and I don't want the consent decree to go anywhere. That's why you have such an attrition rate, and that's why nobody wants to work here. Because they want to be able to come here and disregard Black people's rights like they've been doing, because we the only ones, I guess, commit crimes. Wrong. Every time I pick up the paper, young white people who die, they ain't die from heart attacks, they die from fentanyl. And let me tell you, if you don't stop that, fentanyl don't knock on nobody's door and say, take me. You got to go seek and find it. So I'm telling you, Michelle knows what she's doing. No personal thing against you, but you're not fit for this job. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arena, and after Mr. Arena, Mr. Baye.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Arena. I was a longtime resident of New Orleans. I'm visiting now, staying in Uptown, but I go way back. I remember when Mr. Druso's grandfather was on the city council, when Mr. Morrell's mother was on the city council, when the first time Mr. Thomas was on the council, and when he was at the Downtown Development District. I don't have a side with either of these candidates. I do know Ms. Kilpatrick was called into Chicago by Rahm Emanuel, notorious union buster, attacked the popular, the teachers, put through charter schools, and of course, covered up police killings which eventually drove him from office. And I do know the Wood Forks, when her relative was police chief, we had a number of police killings and nothing was ever done. But I also have a lot of experience, including in these chambers, where the cops rioted when people tried to speak out against the real crime, the mass demolition of public housing, and we're seeing the consequences with the massive homelessness. And they beat us, they tasered us, they have dragged us out of these chambers. They beat Mike Howells and many others that were on the outside that only wanted to be able to speak, to have a chance to denounce the crimes that were carried out, including by Ms. Morrell and the other council members. And then we had the media where Ms. Moreno was to cover and to promote that crime as a positive development in the city. So I would echo the demands of the other speakers, that we have a popular assembly, that we have a real hearing on not simply what police chief that we're going to have or they're going to have is, but what is the role of the police? Who do they really serve? Why is it the biggest part of the budget is going to repression rather than meeting human needs, right? And the reason they have the police is because we don't meet the human needs, the housing, the healthcare, the education. So let's have a discussion. So let's hold back. We know Ms. Kilpatrick, she wants her big job. But let's hold back and have a thorough vetting of what was going on in Chicago with Rahm Emanuel, that criminal. But have a big discussion about the role of the police. What is their role, and what do we really want them to have this huge police force and the huge budget? And can we move the resources? Right? We had a lot of discussion about that, right? They've changed the conversation, the corporate media, just like they're doing in Palestine right now, turning the victims into the criminals, right? Let's have a discussion here. Let's have a discussion. Ms. Moreno, you want to be the new mayor, right? You're going to be the new chair. So let's have a discussion, right? Let's have a discussion. Where's your position on that? We need a discussion about that. And we could bring in Mr. Morrell's brother, right? Who's in the police force when they were beating our heads in when we were trying to defend public housing. So let's have that discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Arena. Mr. Batiste. Mr. Batiste. Come on up. Okay. So the chief is going to the restroom if you want to wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit down until she come back.
That's fair.
Unless y'all want to let me speak and I can speak when she come back too.
No, you want to hold your time, so that's fine. I know you want to speak while he's here, so we'll give her some time and you can go ahead and speak in a second, okay, Velda?
All right, because I'm coming with.
I know you're coming. Did she just follow the Did she follow the card? I. Oh.
If anyone else would like to fill out a card.
Speak who has not spoken, I'm sorry. If anyone else wants to fill out a card to speak, if you have not spoken, this is now the time to do so. Speak or forever hold your peace. So we got one card over there on the left. If anyone else would like to speak, please follow the card. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Belden, you go whenever you're ready. No problem.
Belton Baptiste, 1421 North Nero. Y'all know I'm not a paid actor. But I want, I'm serious. Y'all know I'm not a paid actor. But I want to start off on something Mr. Freddie King said. Freddie, you brought up a good point. They got Michelle and they won't give her 3 stars, right? She got 2 stars. But you got Hein Gutley on the force that called black people a nigger and beat their boys at the beach under bar. And he got 3 stars. But y'all saying Michelle qualified, right? I hear, and I'm gonna tell y'all like it is. Some of y'all might get mad. They said the council didn't already cut a deal for Granny. Oh, what's your name? Oh, Miss Ann Patrick. But at the end of the day, why is she not answering questions, JP? She's not answering none of y'all questions. This lady dancing around y'all questions. They had a lady asked her about the youth. She couldn't answer. Then she come here talk about ceasefire. Well, let's talk about ceasefire. Ceasefire was a fraud program. The crime program is a fraud program. But my point is, I didn't hear you one time, Ms. Kirkpatrick, say nothing about community. And that's the problem. The community was left out. But my problem is with you, and they can confirm you. I'm gonna tell you to your face. They can confirm you. But I'm going to rally every day against you because what you did to black people in Oakland is a disgrace. You stop black murderers, murder law, the stop and arrest people. And we're going to bring this lady in here. But city council, we voted y'all in. Y'all voted for us, not Ethan Patrick, not the Nola Coalition, not the Business Coalition. We said we don't want Ethan Patrick. So y'all should not confirm her. And I'm telling all y'all, I beg y'all to confirm her. I'm going to be at y'all house with people rallying.
Next up, we have Mama Fatima, And after Mama Fatima, we have Ariana Newman.
Good afternoon. I'm definitely not a paid actor and I'll be as brief as possible.
Tell them your name and where you live.
Okay, I'm Claudia, Mama Fatima Puri Smith. I'm a relatively new face in New Orleans. However, wherever I came from, my mama did teach me some common sense. And this causes me to raise a serious question, and it is not personal against anybody. If the previous interim police officer was getting things improved, she was obviously getting the job done, and does speak to you in your face when she sees you. What in Sam Hill would possess people to interrupt her from the good job that she was doing? Now, I'm saying to you, and this is nothing personal, it could have been somebody from somebody else. It's nothing personal to the lady sitting here. And being new, I can be objective. And I'm telling you, to bother what has already been started is a disservice to this entire city. I don't care when we got here. As a matter of fact, citizens that want to fall in love with this place won't come if they're still scared of getting killed when they get here. We need effective policing, and I say that to disrupt what has already been started, a lot of negative things are going on in New Orleans, but the crime rate going down isn't one of them. Leave the situation alone. Keep who we have, pay them properly, and we may get the cooperation of the community, making this a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Fatima. Last up, we have Ariana Newman.
Good afternoon. Hi, Ms. Kirkpatrick, tough crowder. I'm just a NOLA Ready volunteer coordinator. So I do agree with the citizenship of like policing and volunteers and all these people who have great opinions. If we can just meet together, I'm the volunteer coordinator for NOLA Ready. I know I'm not the volunteer coordinator for NOPD or anything else, but I just think there's a common ground that we can meet. Okay? All right.
Before the day.
That concludes it. Sorry, I called you, Mr. Baye. I did, but you come up, so. I called you, but you put a card in, if you can speak. Come on up. I called you, but it's okay.
Gary Ballier, 2260 Industry Street, born, raised, bred, reside in Eugene's district now. I resided in Albert Thomas's district in the 9th Ward. From the beginning, this process was flawed. We still don't know who the 33 original applicants were. And that was a way, if you didn't want to put out the names, to put out profiles so we know what the qualifications of the people who want to pick. You could have done that without names. And about this non-disclosure agreement crap, that's not fair for people who want to receive public money to work. Chief Woodfolk, no, I love and care about her, but because of the flawed process, I had some reservations about whoever was going to go forward. Ms. Kirkpatrick, your education and your experience level says something on paper, but we don't know you. You're not a citizen of New Orleans. You don't understand our culture. Same go for you, Mr. Montano. But what I do know is, out of this process, we've left out the public, the grassroots activists, regular citizens, academia. They're missing from this process. We have people and groups that Michelle Woodfolk has promised to meet with. It hasn't happened yet. But if you're confirmed, I want you to guarantee that you're going to sit down with every one of us so that we understand what you're going to do, what your plan is, how you're going to implement it. And I believe you're familiar with Skelly hearings from California, right? The Skelly hearings that are required for disciplinary actions and all, we need that here. You could tell them what that is later. We need community oversight, public involvement. We need a commission like you have in Oakland where you answer to the people when there's some disciplinary actions or when there's some problems. There's scandals and stuff that still haven't been discussed from open that we found out about. Your disciplinary plan going forward, not the one that's here in place, and definitely not that one you're going to bring here. We need to know how you're going to discipline officers and how you're going to appease the public when we're not satisfied that somebody that's still on a job that shouldn't be. We have that problem now with somebody that was a permanent, and we felt like shouldn't have never been in a position that he's in. I'm not going to call the name on that. So your plans for implementing anything new should come before us. The consent decree, we should never come from under consent decree until the public is satisfied, not a judge, not a police chief, not a mayor, but the people should decide when we feel confident that we're being properly policed. We should tell you how to police us. Not your plan that you bring from Washington, Chicago, Memphis, or anybody. Well, we want our own plan. And if the people not looking at it and don't approve it, it shouldn't happen. If we have any problems with it, it should be fixed. And again, I got lots of stuff here, but I'm leaving a lot of stuff that's been hit already. But will you promise to meet with us, the public, the people who are going to pay you if there's a problem, if confirmed? Will you promise to meet with us? We're the public, we're the taxpayers. Are you going to promise to meet with us when requested? Thank you.
Okay. I'm assuming we have online comment.
Yeah, we have 9 online comments, which were timely submitted.
Okay, we will give 6 minutes for online comment. I think I should cover all 9. After that, we will allow for closing statements from council members if they choose to do so, and then we'll have a vote. To be clear, the vote today, because this is a governmental affairs meeting, not a full council meeting, the vote today will be to send this to the full council to make the final vote. So today is not a full council meeting, it's actually a governmental affairs meeting. We just happen to have the full council present. So just to be clear, after online comment, we'll do closing statements. After closing statements, there will be a vote to send the confirmation to the full council for a final vote. That meeting will be next Thursday on the 19th. So the council meetings are always at 10 a.m. They'll be 10 a.m. in the morning, 10 a.m. on the 19th. So the full council meeting will be at 10 a.m. next Thursday. Okay, Anita, go right ahead.
First comment is from Clifford.
That's not staff, not you, ma'am.
From Clifford Dugar, who says, is the job just for the remainder of Mayor Cantrell's, or does it extend past her term? Taylor Parker comments, I do not support the confirmation of Ann Kirkpatrick to interim New Orleans Police Chief. This is due to the fact that the position rightfully belongs to Michelle Woodfork, who is a much better candidate. Woodfork deserves the opportunity instead of Ann Kirkpatrick. Felix Allen comments, we deserve to have a voice in who polices us. There's been zero transparency around the process of choosing a new superintendent. We have no idea why the other candidates were dropped from the list. Something so important as choosing NOPD superintendent needs to be a democratic process. Disha Greeley comments, although we welcome the new superintendent of Ann Kirkpatrick, the work of the interim superintendent, Michelle Woodfork, should be commended. It should not go unnoticed. If anything goes astray in this confirmation, interim superintendent Michelle Woodfork should be sworn in. Mary Lou Augustin comments, in November 2022, an NOPD retention and benefit survey was given to NOPD commissioned officers. 268 commissioned officers responded to the survey. 86% of the members surveyed were dissatisfied with NOPD. 79% were dissatisfied with the promotion process. 80% were dissatisfied with the transfer process. 18 responses mentioned favoritism, cronyism, or nepotism in the promotion process. 16 responses called the KSA process a joke, unfair, and claimed the process was based on who you know. In July of 2022, Ann Kirkpatrick quoted in a
KRON4 news article. Quote, I feel vindicated by the jury's conclusion that I was fired in retaliation for blowing the whistle on wrongdoing at the Oakland Police Commission. I hope that the agreement in my favor is a signal to all who are witnesses to misconduct, especially those in law enforcement. Do not stay silent. Our system depends on people who will do the right thing, even when it is the hard thing. I look forward to putting this chapter behind me and to continuing my career in public service, end quote. Sitting before you is Interim Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick with no political ties to the city, no connections. I, Mary Lou Augustin, 100% support Ann Kirkpatrick as Police Superintendent. She is what the city needs, but most importantly, the officers in blue need a fresh start. We need an outsider with no connections, no political ties. Danae Lomax, representing Xavier University, comments based off research of Ann Kirkpatrick. She would not be a suitable nor efficient interim New Orleans police chief. She does not exhibit effective leadership that would contribute to a safer, better community, and in fact has qualities of deteriorating the growth that Michelle Woodfork has established. She is not familiar with the statistics and culture of the city, and therefore would lack many necessary traits when it pertains to New Orleans individuals. Caleb Wilkes comments, I'm a student and non-native resident of New Orleans who values the truth and deductive reasoning in all facets of life, and I do not believe that the confirmation of Ann Kirkpatrick is a choice made from truth, but subjectively based judgments amongst our leadership. After reviewing the candidate profiles, I discovered that Kirkpatrick scored 3.44 points below average of her lowest competency structured interview, while Michelle Woodfork scored 2.86 points below her lowest competency writing. The difference between the analysis presentation was only 2.13 points, with Woodfork's score being 0.05 points below the average. If we were all measured by such small point differences, most of us wouldn't have the high school diploma, degree, or even the status to confirm a candidate for police chief. I read in an article that Kirkpatrick was chosen for her experience as police chief, and I ask of you, with what experiences Woodfork to gain, if not given the opportunity to live up to her potential? Woodfork has served the NOPD for 32 years and did a phenomenal job as interim superintendent, proving that she is miles beyond capable for the job that she was already doing. I've read that Kirkpatrick is expected to bring the new and fresh ideas of an outside perspective, ideas from a city where business owners are on strike from increased crime in affluent areas, and as a non-native with an outside perspective myself, I do not see the purpose of her implementation over someone who has decades of experience with the department and a lifetime of experience with the city and community